Go live. Go live. Hello, everyone. Let's start off. Right then. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? I was already warned by 9681 that he's got 64 questions this week, so I hope lots of people have questions this week, because, look, I'm going to address a couple of things before we get into tonight. One, there is someone who's very upset about me calling it the Democrat Party rather than the Democratic Party, and they've quoted style guides and everything from me, and I understand that might worry you and where you come from. But I'm going to put this in a context of more than just I'm British, and so don't worry about it, but it's I'm British, and if you consider in the UK we have the Conservative Party, which is actually technically called the Conservative and Unionist Party, but usually gets called the Tory Party, and that's one of the nicer derogatory derivations of names that we have. In the UK, if the fact that I'm calling it a Democrat Party rather than Democratic Party might upset. It's not intended to upset you, but it's not something I'm going to really worry about too much. I'd also say that who came on YouTube the other day? Bill Maher. Bill Maher was on YouTube the other day, and you probably also need to correct him. And he really should be corrected, because he's not a naval historian as long as people understand him on YouTube. It's not really the biggest end of things. He's the one who actually is doing current affairs and things with them. No, he should be more alright. Next thing. Yeah, there are a couple of people. On the subject of 9681, he does have a lot of questions, and he does prep them. And I realise this does upset some people, because all they hear are questions from 9681. And the point I will say is, this is the whole point of Bruships is to answer naval history questions till the brew runs out. And whilst I do prefer, when we're doing lives, especially on Thursdays, etc., that are on a specific topic, that the questions are kept to that topic, because that makes sense for people listening. And I have sometimes in the past said not relevant to this tonight's topic, and I have also sometimes said, well, actually that question might not sound relevant, but it is relevant, and told you how it was relevant. So I sort of do realise there is a little bit of leeway in that. That's the sort of rule. And if you want to hear questions from other people, then please, everyone else ask questions. It is, it's the whole point of this. And yes, there are some books. Yes, I do have 6 books to get through tonight. If we get through all 6 books, great. If we don't get through them, I don't mind, because I've moved Bruships to the point at which there's a lot of questions, a lot of chat, and I enjoy that. I enjoy having this Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening chat with you all about naval history and answering your questions. I especially enjoy the fact that I get quite so many questions. So yeah, that's it. And finally, the final announcement as I'm beginning, and I know some people don't like the announcements all at the beginning, but please note, I do this for 3 reasons I tend to do them at the beginning of a video. One, I'm a university lecturer. Training is always to give out your announcements at the beginning of a lecture, because the students, once the students are all there, you give them out then. When at the end of the lecture, they're possibly rushing off to get lunch, to get next lecture. They're not going to be paying attention if you're giving out announcements at the end of the lecture. So you always give them at the beginning. 2, as I've said before, I'm dyslexic, and every time I've ever maintained the announcements to the end of the video, I have forgotten them. Okay? That just happens. And 3, it means it's over with, and I don't have to think about it for the rest of the video, and I can concentrate on the rest of the topics and the things you are asking me. So it gets it out of the way of brain power as quickly as possible. So that's why I do them at the beginning. So the final other announcement is this. My lovely aunt, who I do love, despite the many, many tribulations she puts me through, as my mother's twin, non-identical, and when I say non-identical, my aunt can really can do dancing and is a very good dancer. She can't shoot a gun for a toffee. So my mum, she can shoot a gun, and I'm not going to mention anything else other than that. I'm not going to... No, she can shoot, so no, I'm not mentioning anything else. Anyway, that particular aunt, the one who I'm going to bed with, was around today and was going, well, you know, I'm going to be looking forward to my spa break, etc., because I'm going to win the bet again. Because, of course, she won it this year just. And 15,000 subscribers is what it needs to get to for her not to win by Christmas. So, I have a challenge to all my supporters and all of you. Anyone who has any feeling to me at all and any support at all from this channel, please, any ideas, any social media activities, anything you can think of to get me to 15,000 subscribers, please just do them. Don't wait for my agreement, just do them. Short of, and I must admit this, it must not involve anything which is illegal, and anything which is going to make me have to have an explanation with my little cousins and possibly be beaten up by their parents, okay? So, that's the criteria. It's a broad spectrum I'm prepared to accept, not in my name. Just, that's the criteria. Oh. Alright, so hello everyone. Hello 6everyone. Hello Teamy Looker. Hello John Shea. Hello Rion. Hello Calvin Gasberg. Hello Michael Gooch. Jacob W5570. Hello DG40. Hello Paul Amos. Hello Duke of Petchingham. Hello Steve Clarke. Hello Blackman Maximus. Hello Steve Richards. Hello Mike Phillips. Hello Steve Vedras Verdun. Hello Leslie Mitchell. Hello Calvin Gasberg. Hello Teamy Locker. Hello Hendrik Bofa. Hello. Hello David Golding. Hello Albasaski. Hello Vedras Verdun. Hello De Brock. Hello Stafford Thompson. Hello everyone. Constant drowsiness. Hello. Let's see. Anyone else I'm missing? No, I think I've got everyone. And I'm gonna say, oh yes, the competition is still live, and there might be a link. It's still very much live, and as you know, goes on till March. There will be a link down below. And by the way, apologies for being late. I see there are some questions about where I was. In simple terms, I was chatting with Night 6 everyone, and then I went for a comfort break before we began. And I went in there and found my sister had managed to trip over something, and her foot was bleeding, and she needed help bandaging it up. She could technically do it herself, as she kept telling me. She could do it herself, but it was a lot easier if someone else did it for her. So she could do it herself, and I will re-emphasize she could have done it herself, but it was a lot easier as someone else did it for her. So someone else did do it for her. So apologies for being slightly late. But my sister, who knows what she tripped over, honestly. She was apparently she was doing something in the garage. No idea. I love her dearly. As I said before, she is an amazing, amazing engineer. And I have seen her wander around building sites and all sorts of things, which are tremendously dangerous places with absolute grace. At home, she has fun, is all I'm going to say. Just one. I tried to convince my wife last year. She declined, even after I told her chocolate was at stake. Oh. Oh, Steve Richards, there are always people moaning. But there is, you know. Basically, I think the main upset people have sometimes over poor Knight is that he asks quite so many questions, and there aren't that many. It goes night question, night question, night question, night question. So all I can say is help him out, everyone, by asking more questions. Bench Wars free, and I'll try and make some just questions. Thank you. Okay. So, nice experiment. Does 3,000 plus tons make sense for a post 3,700 ton Type 15? And I think in the period you're talking for Type 15, Type 16 frigates, they're trying to keep things as limited as possible. So I think they would probably be going for probably 4,000 tons. It would end up. They'd be talking about a big thing of it's going to be a 3,000 ton frigate. It would end up being 4,000 tons because they're adding so much. That's how it would go. And for those who don't know, I have got a great shirt today. It's a corgi with no floss given. It was a... This is why you don't leave my mum alone with my credit card and an Amazon account. Oh, good lord. Oh, she'll pay me back eventually. Maybe we should start with the books before we fill the whole evening with asks. I always try and get the questions, though. The race is always in my mind. If I manage to get to the end of the questions and there's no new questions coming, then I do a book. So that's always my competition in my mind. The books are the fill in the times when there's no questions left. Team Looker, why did the RN didn't go for 18-inch guns in the interwar period? Literally, it's due to treaties. And honestly, the British had the 16-inch guns. They were looking at them. I would say the British were working on good 16-inch guns. Because again, they're looking at the rate of fire. And you have to remember, during the interwar period, the RN becomes very obsessed with rate of fire. Very, very obsessed with rate of fire. And 16.5-inch guns are about the sweet spot for rate of fire in a battleship guns. Take care, Wayne. Can understand what tunnels like? Can the tunnels like the Channel Tunnel and the Honshu Hokkaido Tunnel be attacked with depth charges? The Channel Tunnel runs underneath the crust. The Hokkaido Tunnel, I'm trying to remember, is that actually on the surface? Because that was concrete casings, wasn't it? Hokkaido Tunnel. Or is that under the water? Is that under? Is that under? That's under as well. No. So if they're under the crust, you can't really attack them with depth charges. You know, the Hokkaido tunnel is 100 meters underneath the seabed. The Channel Tunnel is closer, I think, but not that much closer. It's a case of no. You're not going to use depth charges for that sort of thing. You could probably cause them some... If you had a massive depth charge, you might cause them to shake a bit. I'm talking about something on the level of an earthquake bomb. But no, you wouldn't. It'd be far easier to get some sort of glide bomb or something to go into the tunnel entrance and blow it up. That would take it out. Santa Canero, when was the last sailing warship built or converted? Not for schooling, but for fighting. Depending on your definition of fighting, World War I or World War II. World War I, there is a German surface raider wandering around, which is a sailing ship. I covered that in a video a couple of weeks ago. That's an interesting discussion because the French painter had given it the wrong sails. And what was it called? In terms of World War II, there are quite a few covert operations carried out with sailing vessels. And the Germans used quite a lot of sailing vessels for, theoretically, extraction duties. Although they were often found to actually be loaded with people who were armed and looked suspiciously healthy for being on a supposed medical extraction vessel. Hang on, Doc, what would a tribal look like with a 3,000 ton limit from the Tillman video? The Tillman video doesn't include any limits on destroyers because there weren't any in the Washington Treaty. But if you're talking about in a world where they've continued on, you've got 12,000 ton cruisers and therefore they've got a 3,000 ton limit for destroyer leaders, they would have had turrets. And actually, if you look at it, probably they've had the... Let's put it this way. The thing you'd have probably solved is the 4.7-inch dual-purpose turrets. They had been sorted and done. And so she would have had 4 of those, which would have been able to angle up to 75 degrees, roughly, probably, if you're talking about that tonnage. So they wouldn't have had the same issues with dive bombers as they did have, which could have changed some things interestingly. They would have been really, really even more scary. Only good thing is 3,000 tons doesn't exactly allow you to build a better destroyer than the destroyer for the Germans than they had actually. Let's hear from question 2. If Dreadnought adopted superfiring turrets, how would the British have overcome the issues that initially turned them off superfiring turrets? The issue that initially turned them off superfiring turrets was Jackie Fisher. One of the things you have to remember is that superfiring turrets had actually had those issues solved. The issues that he was thinking about were issues which had been about in the 1890s, maybe 1890s, early 1890s to an extent late 1890s. By the point at which you've got Dreadnought being designed and built, those issues have been solved. The only person in whose mind it hasn't been solved is Jackie Fisher. And there is a telling discussion that the director of naval construction at the time might well have given him a super firing version of HMS Dreadnought as a design, but he didn't want it because he didn't believe super firing turrets designs had been worked out. One of the issues you have to admit, though, is that the British turrets weren't designed for super firing, i.e. they're turrets which have gone in A and Y positions, because firing over them, there are certain problems. Those problems... Let's put it this way. In peacetime exercises, it means you don't like to fire over your lower turret because you're taking a risk with everything below. In wartime, you do it. It's like many, many things. It's like cross-deck firing. People go, oh, this ship, they say not to cross-deck fire in the training manual. No, they don't want to cross-deck fire in the training scenario because if they do cross-deck, you can rip up the deck for no reason. But if you do it in wartime, well, if you're sinking the enemy ship, no one's going to worry if the deck's been damaged a bit. So it's rather similar with the super firing, and that's the reality is that if Dreadnought had that fixed, had super firing, then while she probably will have had the same turrets as they were fitting onto the Lord Nelsons, the next generation of Dreadnoughts would probably have fixed that issue because they did fix that issue very quickly. By the time you got to the 13.5-inch guns with the new design turrets, they'd fixed that super firing issue of they can do that. They still prefer not to in peacetime. They could do it, and by the time you got to the 15-inch, it was There are you still don't want to do it because especially if you have viewing ports etc. and things built into your turret to allow the gunners to actually pick out their targets, to spot their targets. Any sort of targeting system built into the turret, that's going to be fragile. Firing over it runs a risk of damaging it, and that's expensive to replace. So you don't do it unless you have to. Unless your operations require it. Zero, what would an Italian version of the Atlanta class look like? How useful would they have been? Atlanta class, you're looking for, well, the Captain Roma class. Captain Roma class. And they were very, very useful. They didn't build that many of them. They didn't manage to, that's the trouble. The main trouble for the Italians was they had very good designs. They just couldn't build that many of them because they didn't have enough in the way of infrastructure to build it. Danny Wright just put, I have read in Freeman in the questions. That's scary. Stafford, look, with most fast intercept craft having a claim speed of 40 to 60 knots, would it be fair to presume that the standard for corvettes should be in the high 30s knots? It would be nice to have that, but why do you need it? if that corvette is carrying a helicopter and fast intercept boats, what are you sacrificing to get the high 30s knots? Remember, that's the problem with the landing literal combat ships. They sacrificed everything to get a high speed, and what's that high speed for? So it's a trade-off in your hull. If you want to have a hull, what do you want to have in there? Do you want to have most of the engines? Do you want to have firepower? What do you need to have in there? What does your job need? Do you need high speed for the role, or do you prefer to have long-range endurance and lots of endurance, and it carry helicopters and fast boats for the intercept role? Hendrik Burfer, how good would a modern sloop be at securing trade routes? Depends what the modern sloop would look like. There is a 2012 article on black swans. No, that article did not base most of the offensive power on the helicopter, unless it was a different article. But I wrote an article in 2012 based on the black swan concept that Royal Navy was putting out, and the idea was for a distributed network fleet. And the idea was all the different ships would have different roles. So you'd have one ship which would be the air defense ship and all these things, and they'd be interchangeable, modular. It was all really, really good until you started looking and going, hang on, how much of a depth of this force are you going to be able to actually sustain? How much are you going to be able to actually generate in numbers? How much of this force is actually going to be able to generate in terms of operational capability? And it's things like they would have had 60... let's put it this way, between 5 boats they'd have had roughly 60 Mark 41 VLS launch 60 cells, and it's a case of that's not enough. That's not enough. Here, well, mentioned Yarra or Jarrawood. What's Jarrawood? I've never heard of it. I think it's pronunciation, because let me just look up what I think it is, and let me just check. Now, yeah. Otherwise known as eucalyptus, Jarrawood is... it's a heartwood. To an extent. What is it? It's quite a good wood. Looks hard to use, though. Looks very hard to use. And if you're using hand tools, it doesn't look like a wood I would like to use. I have got to get I've got to get a new copy of the Wood Encyclopedia. It was nicked by one of my cousins, and it's not come back to me, because then I'd have pictures and a book to show you. I had to look up the online version of the Wood Encyclopedia. Because I'm going, Yarrawood? No, it's not that spelled that way. It's spelled, Jarrah, wood. Jarrawood. Blank Maximus, what I'm gonna start the moderation activity monitor, and I'm gonna start the timestamps. So, what do you think will be named the next French nuclear carrier? No idea. I hope it's not the Burn. I think they're more sensible than to call it the Burn, mainly because, oh, thank you, David Goulding. Because if they made it the Burn, honestly, me and Drac might go and sing it for them. Margaret, on the Senator Tillman, the US considered extensive rebuilds of the Penn and 10 classes, but partially declined in fear Congress would not authorize new ships, so they did. Would Tillman back the rebuilds? No. He wanted new cruisers. Look. How do I explain it? He cannot take a ship which is Well, he could have fitted an armored cruiser of the Pennsylvania class in his yard, but a rebuild is only going to be something he's going to accept alongside new builds. So he wants new builds because he wants his yards to get what they need, and his yards need employment to get him the jobs he needs to get him the re-election. Ah. So, Ron, would the USSR be able to engage in an equalitative cruiser race after World War II? They did, the Sveldov class. They did. The Sveldovs are good. For a 1950s cruiser, the Sveldovs are good. There's a reason they cause what they do to happen. And if they'd built as many as they were threatening to build and continued building cruisers, you would have seen a race. The term pocket battleship has been used for the German Deutschlands, but is it more fair to call Renown one post-rebuild given her characteristics? No, she's a battle cruiser and they're heavy cruisers. A pocket battleship is a term which you give something because you are a press baron and you want to make people scared of something which is a heavy cruiser. And a glorified heavy cruiser, just because it has 11-inch guns, does not make it a battleship. Especially when your average battleship wandering around the world has 14, 15 or 16-inch guns. In which case, the cruiser, the 11-inch cruiser, gets very worried. In the nicest way, if it's called a pocket battleship and it has to cry and run away and it won't be able to run away if a battlecruiser shows up, that's one thing. And the fact that it has to run away, it's supposed to run away from heavy cruisers, tells you it is not a pocket battleship. Okay, can you make sure, any questions, can you make sure they go in the questions section, not in the live chat? Because I've got both in front of me, but there's a live chat conversation and there's something which might be a question for me, it might be a question for the chat, I don't know. It's just make my life easier, stick in the question section. There's a Bruships 140, so what are your naval questions? Just click on that, and that should tell you that you should be able to put the questions in below it. Okay. Nice turn. If the 24.5-inch torpedo planned for the M3 and G3 and what the Nelsons had used, a natural air system instead of oxygen enrichment, and the type would have been a better chance of adoption? If they'd used that... No, because it's still a very heavy torpedo. It is still a very heavy torpedo, and that's the main trouble. The main trouble for for that sort of size torpedo is as good as it can be, and it is quite a good torpedo. It's going to be very heavy to move around. It's going to be very difficult to move. And the thing is, once you're talking about destroyers, once you're talking about those sort of things, they're going, well, you know, do we want it quite that... How do I put this politely? Do we want it quite that... Why does the camera keep moving? Quite that heavy. You know, if you consider the Royal Navy on their destroyers are still moving and loading and reloading their their torpedoes with manual labour. If you were doing that with a 24.5-inch gun, a 24.5-inch torpedo, I'm sorry, you would not be doing that. You would be, how do I put this politely? You would be killing your crew if you tried to do it that way. So you would need to put in all sorts of extra systems, which would add weight. Block and tackle don't weigh that much on a scheme of a couple of thousand tons. a torpedo loading system and magazine system that weighs stuff. Just ask the Japanese. Something for a 24.5-inch torpedo is going to weigh even more. I might maybe post the YouTube shorts to Instagram and TikTok. I'm actually not allowed to use TikTok because of the things I work in, various parts, and the things I advise. I'm not allowed to have TikTok or anywhere on my phone or it be connected in any way. I do sometimes post stuff to Instagram, and the YouTube shorts I'm doing more of. I've started going from this week. You're going to see some shorts are going to come out from the regular videos. I'm taking shorts from them. Things which I think might be work for a 60-second short and just cutting and editing them. I'm trying that. It takes a bit of extra time, but honestly, as said, I am cutting down work dramatically at the moment to free myself up for hopefully doing all the house move and house build and renovations, to the fact that I will literally just have what I'm doing for YouTube as my only priority, and then after that we move that. Hopefully, then we're on that's all sorted. Then it's Scandinavia with Shipshape. If we've sorted everything out, we will get it all sorted out. We will get it all sorted out. We will get it all sorted out. I'm going to organise a blooming meeting, because they're all great, but we're all very, very busy, and it's basically it's 2 weeks go by and we haven't had a meeting, and you go, oh frig it, we need to have one. And I am the mum of the group. I've decided it's my job to be the mum of the group and go, we need to have a meeting. We can't do this stuff by osmosis. We're all very good. We need osmosis to work. I love them dearly. Yeah, it's something I'm looking forward to. And then when I come back, it's going to be back to normal, and hopefully a load of Christmas videos and a load of other stuff. Started it and really prepped that all up, and a load of trips to National Archives, and it's going to be fun. It's hopefully, if we get all the move and everything goes to place, it's going to make lives a lot easier for me and for my family, and hopefully I'll be able to do better in every front. Because basically, my plan is, if I'm down in Cornwall, is to use the fact that it's slightly lower cost of living down there slightly to maximize things like book writing and video production, rather than necessarily doing stuff like having to spend so much time trying to deal with university contracts. Let's put it this way. There are all sorts of things to consider for that. But the person who's going to be... my coach has put a question about turning the entries into an alt history book. There has been a discussion of that, but that's going to be something which we're going to discuss between the judges, of what can, if people are interested in that. And it's going to be a case of, if there are enough entries and they are of good enough quality to do so, and people are interested in it, we'll work out how we can best go about it. Just because my spirit animal is a squirrel does not mean, ooh, shiny. No, but it does mean you spend a lot of time burying your nuts. When Normal Freestyle talks to history, I love that. I'm looking forward to that, Leslie. So, Stafford, going back to the small boats, out of the now, you say there's a good chance those commanding officers are slated for the Type 31s or Type 26, or will they be stepped up on the rivers? Basically, what happens with the small boats on exercise, and if you see the little university ones, they're UNRU, they're university, and the Royal Navy, the small boats are the university ones. The rivers are the gateway to really Type 31s and Type 26s. And theoretically, the Type 31s and Type 26s will be the gateways to the Type 45s. Theoretically. Reality doesn't always work out that way. Because you might have a really good air defense specialist officer who has reached the rank of commander, And you might well go, I'd rather put them in a charge of a Type 45 in a task force with a carrier, because they're very good at air defense, rather than necessarily sending them out to command an anti-submarine warfare frigate or a general purpose frigate, because they're so good at what they do, and then give them their next sword as a captain and charge a Type 45 as well. You might do that. So there's going to be things which are going to be playing around. Yes, nice to go through one. Your entry has got through. Currently, I have 7 entries have come in. If I remember correctly, and I'm opening up it as we speak to double check, because I do not want to give anything wrong on this topic. The competition dates, the entries have to be received by the 27th of March at 1200 hours Greenwich Mean Time. So they have to be in by the 27th of March. So people still have over a month to get them in. Over a month. And honestly, considering the amount of my students who can produce several thousand words in a single night, that is masses of time. They always think I won't know that they managed to do it in a night, but that I do. Let's go from question 4. So, how would the British go about replacing the Hawkins? As under the Royal Navy's 15-year rule on cruisers in 1933-34, the 1st and 5th ships and the 39th and 40th, 1939 and 40 on the 3rd and 4th ships of class would be over age. Honestly, they'd have probably been replaced by the next generation of heavy cruisers. But also, there's the fact the RM was keeping over age cruisers in, so they'd probably still been kept around for a bit. My coach, for each of the major navies in World War II, what one technological doctrine change would you make to boost their effectiveness? For the Royal Navy, I'd replace the 4-inch and the 4.7-inch and the 5.25-inch with the 4.5-inch. I would just have one 4.5-inch, the 4.5-inch the whole way through for everything. Just to standardize because I could. And that would give me a dual-purpose secondary on my cruisers, a dual-purpose primary on my destroyers, a dual-purpose secondary on my capital ships, and a dual-purpose, if you really want to use a cruiser for it, even it would actually help with some of the issues on the didos. And the fact is, if you went for a good 4.5 dual-purpose gun and you standardize on it from about 1930 onwards, and everything after that had to have that weapon had that, you would make your logistics and everything a lot easier. And that would be one change which could have dramatic consequences for the Royal Navy. For the Regia Marina, they need a decent destroyer. They need a decent destroyer. Sorry, there was a big lip suck in that one because I was thinking and I didn't realise it until after I'd done it. After I'd done and watched myself on the camera. They need a decent destroyer. They have great torpedo boats. They don't have great destroyers. Even their destroyers are more torpedo boat than destroyers, so they need a great destroyer. If I was going to fix the German Navy, standardization. Pick a hull shape and go with it for everything bigger than a cruiser. I want light cruisers. I don't want destroyers. That's what I'm trying to build actual light cruisers. I'm probably not talking about building something which is 10,000 tons light cruiser. I'm talking building a good 4,000, 5,000 ton light cruiser. I can build it in more yards. I can arm it with some 6-inch guns. And I can make myself a very capable escorting vessel which can do anti-submarine warfare work and all sorts of things to escort my major fleet units out into the North Atlantic. and it will do the destroyer roll, and it will do destroyer roll sort of, especially my torpedo boats. I've got big torpedo boats anyway. I don't need something to do the small destroyer rolls. I need something to do big destroyer rolls and step up into the cruiser roll, which is what they try and build their destroyers to, but that doesn't really work. If I'm the French, I'm honestly tempted to concentrate on building Dunkirks, not because, and this is something I have to correct from today. It seems to be understood that I don't like the Richelieus. It's just that I think that the French had to pause construction for a while, which meant they didn't get them into service in time, and all sorts of things which caused issues for them. And frankly, the Richelieus are not as enough in advance as the ones which were the triple turret, the free quadruple turret, 15-inch guns. Those would have been a very powerful ships, which they were planning later. And they weren't enough advantage in my mind over the Dunkirks. I would have gone for an upgraded Dunkirk with design with 6 15-inch guns and just push those through, because they could have pushed that through very quickly, and they could have probably got those into service by the time war began. And yes, they wouldn't have been full-size battleships, but they would have been capable. They would have been in service, and that could have helped it could have helped the French greatly. Also would have been useful to have a carrier available. But I think the easiest one to change is the Richelieus, and push them through. For the Japanese, okay, this is mildly heresy, but it's not something I haven't said before. I would delete Yamato and Musashi, and I'd build everything else they were planning on building instead. I would delete the major battleships, and I know that would be heresy at the time to suggest in the Imperial Japanese Navy. It's really nonsensical when you think of the actual value of aircraft and things when you're making that decision. But I think they suck up so much infrastructure, they suck up so much industry, so much money, so much research and development, that if you take them out and you don't build them, and you build other things, you will have a far stronger fleet overall. And the Americans. You gotta love the American fleet, but honestly, what you don't have to love about the American fleet, and I honestly do find slightly of an issue when I'm looking at them, is their basing in Pearl Harbor. If you fix that, either by actually properly investing in Pearl Harbor, so it's an actual working proper base and properly defended as it should be as a forward base, or you don't put your major fleet there, you will fix a lot of issues. So I'm going to keep Night Surgeon's question 4 as my marker. As long as I don't lose that, I haven't lost anything. Hang on. Ooh, I'm behind on questions. I've done Michael Cooch's questions, so if I take Michael Cooch's question out, do I reach the bottom yet? So Daniel Phillips. A few questions, okay? Alright. At what rate do you think engine power would have increased compared to historically if the Iron retained the fleet arm? When do we get 1,000 horsepower engines? Well, you see, they're producing 1,000 horsepower engines in the 1920s. They are just too heavy to be viable. So the thing is, if someone was prepared to be instructing the investment from the 1920s onwards and was really focused on getting really powerful engines every single generation, so you have a jump of at least a couple of hundred horsepower each generation, which you could have done. They start off roughly on 450 horsepower, 1922-ish. So 1925-ish, 1921-ish, 1924-ish, they could have been at 700 horsepower for the conventional engines. 1928-ish, they could have been at 900. Oh, well, 1927-ish, 900. 1930-ish, 1100 horsepower. Could have reached could have possibly reached 2,000 horsepower by 1939, especially as things would accumulate quite quickly. So yeah, I'd go for you could have reached 1,000 by 1930 without too much issue, because the RN would have shamelessly invested in that. Question 5. How many of the cruisers that Fisher scrapped in the 1900s were overage? A lot, but I can't remember off the top of my head the exact numbers. I'd have to look that up. 96 everyone. So who does the Pacific War go? How does it go if the Imperial Japanese had realised that the Royal Navy had abandoned the idea of oxygen-rich torpedoes because they were too dangerous? How does the... Honestly, it depends what they do instead, because they could still build some very big, very powerful torpedoes. But, yeah, it would be interesting. Probably doesn't change too much, but some of the major weapon systems have had to change. Steve Rutherford, hello, thank you for the super chat. What would a proper pocket battleship that would really annoy the British look like? Honestly, if it had both sets of 11-inch guns mounted forward, and it had a decent secondary, and sort of like more armor was built up a bit more, it's going to be more closer to that. But honestly, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, and they are battleships. They are light battleships, but they are battleships. They are the reason you consider them light battleships is because they're armed with 11-inch guns. But the reason they're armed with 11-inch guns is because those are the biggest guns they have available at the time. And it's like those people who suddenly say, well, they're battle cruisers because they've only got 11-inch guns. No, they're battleships. They're built as battleships. And if your argument for them being battle cruisers boils down to them having 11-inch guns, then when Eisenhower is getting upgraded to 15-inch guns, does that suddenly make her a battleship because she's suddenly got the same guns as Bismarck and Tirpitz have? If that's the case, then you've got a problem, because that's not how you transition from battle cruiser to battleship by guns. It's armor density, hull density, and all sorts of things. And, well, armor coverage and hull density. And armor density as well, to an extent. So, yeah, a Scharnhorst class is what would really annoy the British. Interesting, you have missed the super chats. I don't think I've missed a super chat. I did Steve Rutherford. And I did both his super chats. Thank you, Steve. I think I did both of them. Taking out diesel engines would actually take out the range. What you really need is a diesel steam combined engines. You need diesel and steam turbines combined to gearboxes, so you can have the high speed of steam and the longevity of diesel. That would also be something useful to such a Scharnhorst class surface raider, because that would give it enormous range and high speed. I talked about I did the Italian cruiser super chat. It was a Captain Romani class. I did that one. Ages ago. Stop telling me I missed super chats. Look, in the nicest way, the two options to make sure I spot a question are sticking them in the question list so they're down there, or making them super chats. Because the super chats are big and highlighted, and YouTube does its best to make sure, you've got a super chat. And I go, thank you, because that's useful, because that goes on my mild book addiction, which, as many of you might know, got rather expensive with the books that are arriving for the USN Squadrons video. Free books are arriving. Free. Alright, Freeman wrote in his USN gun cruiser book that the 8-inch gun was overrated. What does overrated mean with regards to a gun? It means it was given a lot more prominence than it actually deserved. Because it was the largest they could do, that's what they worked with. And that was on by treaty. But honestly, if you're looking for the best gun in its range, it's a 9.2-inch gun. If you're looking for the best gun in the range below it, it's the 6-inch gun, because of rate of fire. And, you know, in that sort of tonnage, that sort of rate of fire, that sort of bracket, it's the 6-inch gun is best. For the basically 7-inch to 10-inch range, it's 9.2, which is the sweet spot, not the 8. For the basically 11-inch to 14-inch guns is actually probably the 12-inch is actually the sweet spot for 11 to 14-inch. You could argue it's the 14-inch, but no. For the 15 to 18 sweet spot, 18 sort of 15 sort of scenario, it's the 16 and a half. 16 and a half. It is the 16 and a half. It's the 420mm. And then yeah. Dan Freeman, how much do you spend on books? Okay, so you have to understand, I got 3 of them. And I got them in good quality. And they are basically picture books, okay? I do admit they are basically picture books. So, and I also got an academic book as well to go with them. Which is probably not going to be shown to all of you because no one wants to see it. The academic book is not one I want to recommend people to buy them. So I got the 3 books, which I will show all of you quite happily, and they were, to get the quality of the versions I'm getting, cost me 90 quid for the free books. The academic book added on top of them took the total up to roughly 200 pounds. Yeah, so roughly 200 on 4 books, of which one is more expensive than the other 3 combined, but that's standard tool for an academic book. I will be wholeheartedly recommending the 3 books, which added up to 90 quid, probably. The 4th book, it will have to be very, very good for me to recommend it. And let me put it this way, that's because I always, when I'm recommending books on this channel, I want to recommend books which are able to be afforded by most people without too much worry. And £110 on a book, which if it's and this, I have a sneaking suspicion from its write-up, this is going to be a very academic book. So it's going to be the sort of academic book which is going to have, how do I put it, be written in historianese rather than necessarily straightforward English, and therefore to be able to get the best out of it. How do I put this without insulting all my academic colleagues? Basically, it's written by someone who's been in the field for 30-odd years, and they already have a reputation for writing that in such a way that you need to have been in the field for 20 years to understand them. They're not the best at writing in clear communicational English. And so I'm going to read it, and I'm going to see if it's any good to actually be shared. If not, then it won't get shared. Isn't asking an academic how much I spend on books like us? No, that would be if you asked me what I spent this entire month on books, not just what I spent for one video. I spent that for one video. What I spent on jargon is too polite a phrase, Don Giovanni. Sometimes, what I spent on books for an entire month, that would be, or what I spent on books last year. Let's put it this way, my accountant was slightly amazed, but not unsurprised, because she's worked with academics a lot over the years, to realise that I'd spent more on books last year than I spent on the trip to Australia. In that, yes, due to the things and the support coming in, etc. But that had been covered by it was covered by donations to ship share, etc. So that was included in my tax thing to show where the money had come from, what had happened. The thing was, the total amount of money spent to go to Australia and all these things combined was still less than I'd spent on books. She felt that was impressive. I felt that's the reason I'm poor. I'm rich in books. So it's like a set of Phil Barker wargame rules then. Yes. Oh, yeah, I spent a lot on books. And sometimes the books here, but I've got to try and I've got 1914 and 1915 of this collection, which is the history of the war, Volume 1, Volume 2, of World War 1 by the Times, published in the 1920s. And it's a gorgeous, gorgeous work. It really is a gorgeous work. But, yeah. My aunt, the aunt who's making the bet about 15,000 actually tracked these down. They belong to my great-great-grandfather. And found them in the selections and got them for me. But there are two more volumes. There are volumes for 1916, 1917, 1918, and 1919, I'm told, outstanding. So, yeah. Are the books tax deductible? They are for work purposes, but they also don't tend to have VAT on them. So, it's fun. Is that all before or after the books you purchased in Australia? The books purchased in Australia are included on the value given in the books in the UK, in the thing. But I remember, when books in Australia, the books I purchased were by far and away out volumed and out, how do I put this, outpriced by how much the ones that were given to me were worth. And another source of copyright-free photos. You don't say, Steve. Okay. Which World War II factors would you... Oh, and for the 8-inch gun, I would point out that the whole reason the British shifted to 6-inch gun, and really emphasise that on their cruisers, is because they work out with volume of fire, number of shells, etc., from a fast-firing 6-inch guns. And likely engagement range, especially pre-radar, the 6-inch gun is better bang for your buck. By a long, long way. Runon, which World War II factions would you want matched to which 40k factions? Someone suggest that as a video, because that's a whole video. I need to go through all the factions and I need to break it down, because that would be a long, long one. But I would say... there is something interesting. So tempting to match up. No, I won't do that. I won't match up that particular organisation with the Death Corps of Krieg. That'd be cruel. That'd be cruel. Tempting, but cruel. There are some interesting organisations. There are units, especially of the Imperial Guard, who I would match up to various British Army regiments. I swear, that Games Workshop basically, when they're when they're putting together a Warhammer 40k, some of their regiments, they literally do go and do what is the most extreme spin on this British regiment? And if you can think of it, which regiment would you associate the Gurkhas with? And if I need to give you a hint, Sly Marbo is one of their members. So if anyone, I think Petron has pretty much got it, but anyone else? I would say Sly Marbo is a good example of what I would say is the Gurkhas on developments. Patreon questions, suggestions for April is up. Yes, it is up. So if you want to make suggestions, the link down below should take you to the Patreon homepage, which allow people who are patrons to make suggestions. That's a great one. Question 7. If the Iron Dukes had been a class of 5 ships rather than 4 ships, Iron Duke, Marlborough, Bembo, Delhi, and Emperor of India. Where does a fifth ship benefit? Probably Battle of Jutland. It's an extra battleship. It's going to be an extra ship in the line of fighting. It's also going to be extra tonnage for the British to try and go for the treaty scenario with. It's going to be extra tonnage for them to put forward for the treaty scenario. Adrian Verdun, I do not understand what you're saying. Of course I don't. In this way, also, little cousin's watching. It's, yeah, basically, if you have an extra Iron Duke, they're just gonna, the odds are, and I do remember doing this when we went through the Battle of Jutland. Fleet of Jutland. I want that my Excel spreadsheet. Come on, Excel spreadsheet, come up. Come on, my friend. I have such wonderful titles. Oh, I do love that. I love some of my Excel spreadsheets. I really do. Let's see. The 13.5 inch, the King George V class. Iron Duke class. If you'd had Iron Duke, an extra Iron Duke. Well, the odds are, if you have those extra Iron Duke class, the extra Iron Duke class, Emperor of India missed Jutland for routine servicing. So you probably have 4 Iron Dukes at the battle, which gives the British an extra dreadnought, an extra set of 13.5 inch guns. So yeah, that's basically, it's just going to give the British even more of a firepower superiority in the battleship mass. That's it. I mean, the cumulative gun total, and I do hate this analysis, but it was something to do for the video when I discussed the fleets of Jutland. Was that the British brought 332 capital ship, battleship grade guns and battlecruiser guns to the Germans 224. That would have made it 242 to 224, 342 to 224. That just adds extra numbers. It's just extra volume of fire, and it doesn't really change probably much. Who knows? That ship might have got lucky. That ship might have hit something. It might have changed the line just enough. You've got different things in different places. Oh, one of my little cousins has an entire army as Kachin regiment. Is a Kachin regiment. Their entire army is a Kachin regiment. They've gone into. They even have their own Slimarbo model. But we only ever discuss it as Slimarbo. Someday I am going to have to try and figure out a way to do a video of our big Christmas battles and Warhammer battles, so you will actually see what I'm talking about, rather than, me just talking about it and people going, is he being honest? Yes, he is. I will someday do it. I will just have to do it in such a way that you don't see anything identifying little cousins and the rest of the family, because they don't want to be on here, and that's fine. Railway Finger. Talking book addictions, I went to Royal Air Force RAF Hendon. I bought about 6 books. At least I can claim them for my degree research. Yes, you can. Claim them away. Actually, I meant for Sly Stallone in Marbo as an acronym for Rambo. Really? That's the only one you're thinking. Then you are pure as the driven snow, Verdun, and that's good. What could the US Navy today put on a nuclear power class of 10? What could the US Navy do today? Put on a nuclear power class of 10 cruisers of 20,000 ton standard. A whole host of weaponry. Probably even get things like the railgun and lasers working properly as well as VLS. Because if you've got the power, the sheer power of on call power of a nuclear power plant, then you can get over a lot of the issues that they had with railguns. The railguns, the two major issues were having enough energy and storing enough energy for repeated firing and generating enough energy quickly enough. And the second one, they did use capacitors, and the capacitors were going to quite big, but it was powering those capacitors. And also the barrel linings. Well, if you've solved the problem of the capacitors and charging the capacitors because you've got nuclear power, because you can generate that much power density, you have enough that much power density on the vessel, you have that much space and energy available to do the job. That if you've got that as your baseline, you can get over a lot of things, and then you have to work out the railgun linings. But honestly, that's mostly metallurgy. The big cost is not the metal. It is the big cost is the weight of the battery, the capacitors, and the power generation. Coil guns are better than railguns. No. Coil guns are probably easier to produce. Gauss, or as they're called, of course, called as Gauss guns. And they provide probably a far easier route to go down, which is sensible for development. They'll provide similar differences in range, but honestly, their accuracy at longer range is going to be slightly less than a lot less probably than railguns. You're going to know with railguns you can use unguided ammunition. With Gauss guns, you are going to want to fit those guns with that ammunition with a guidance package. That's the difference. Basically, railgun is more expensive at the gun end and requires more development at the gun end, but is going to can use a straight up kinetic kill. It can literally use a dumb lump of metal. And that's literally what they were often firing. A solid lump of metal, and it would do the necessary damage when they were testing. Gauss guns need something which is actually going to do a bit of guidance and do a bit of thought process. Danny Holmes, assuming a Tillman-esque Washington Treaty, what changes happen to the Deutschland class and what changes do they make to the battleships? The Germans can't really do any changes to the Deutschland class. They're kind of locked in by their own infrastructure and by the Treaty of Versailles. So it doesn't matter what happens with Washington Treaty, they can't really do more than they do with the Deutschland class. What really happens is to their battleships, well, they make them even more problematic for them. Because let's be honest, the Scharnhorst, you build them, well, that's the limit of your infrastructure when you're building Scharnhorst, and then you're growing your infrastructure with them. To build the Bismarcks, with the aim of then building the next generation after that, which will be even bigger. Honestly, the limitations on the Germans are their infrastructure, not the treaties as much. That's why the Scharnhorst have 11-inch guns. So the big difference for them is their ships are going to just not count. Honestly, in a world where the British have probably got 10 fast battleships capable of 10 knots. The Queen Elizabeth class probably upgraded in that direction, and the 5 F3 style Nelrods. And whatever King George V class is in service. And Renown, Repulse, and Hood means they suddenly are not in the scenario of having 3 fast ships to call on. Suddenly the British are able to go, well, yeah, we have a baseline of 10 fast capital ships. And if the Germans build Bismarck to 30 knots and the Scharnhorst to 30 knots, etc., yeah, they're going to be faster than 28-knot ships, but are they fast enough? As I discussed in the Tillman video, if we already think their estimate is they don't start pulling away till they're going 26 knots. Okay, so 26 over 26 knots. So the highest speed Rodney could have been doing is 26 knots, but it could also been it's more than 23 knots, much more. And they're coming across the horizon. Their top speed is 5 knots greater than that. They're doing 28 knots. Maybe pushing out more. Maybe they're pushing out as hard as they can, because again, they're old engines, etc. They're preparing to change them, so they're prepared to push as hard as they can. Let's say they're doing 29 plus knots. Yeah, you can go on to 31, 32 knots. You can go up to faster. You can go fast as your Scharnhorst class. Yes, you can. That's wonderful. How long does it take you to get to that speed? How long does it take you to get to the speed at which you are doing your 31 knots? And are you going to manage that in the time it's going to take for them to get into range? No. They're going to be doing that. They're going to catch you. They're going to be slamming you. And also, the other problem is, in a scenario where the Royal Navy has 10 of those fast ships going around, then yes, some are going to be in the Mediterranean. Some are going to be elsewhere. But the odds are they're going around in pairs. So the odds are the RN has a pair. It's not just Rodney. It may be Rodney and Nelson coming across the horizon at 29, not 28 plus knots. In which case you're dealing with 18, 16-inch guns firing at you. The odds of Gneisenau getting out of that fight are very slim to zilch. That's the scenario when you're dealing with a Tillman Washington. Basically, for me, what happens for the Germans is that they will probably lose capital. They will probably lose their bigger ships earlier. They might actually push the submarine-only navy earlier, judging by Hitler's reactions. So they might go on a submarine-only navy instead of their historically 1943-44 to actually pushing that in 1942, maybe even 41. They might be pushing that a lot earlier. In which case, you make the Royal Navy's issue in the North Atlantic a lot easier. If the Germans are only pushing their submarines, you've suddenly made the Royal Navy's problem of managing the threat in the North Atlantic that much easier. You also made the problem managing the Mediterranean that much easier, and the problem managing the Far East that much easier, because you basically go, well, if they're not going to use their capital ships, we keep some here just in case of emergencies. Probably 3 or 4. But the rest of them go and camp out in the Indian Ocean. Nice and far away from the threat, and a nice position to deter the Japanese. Again, if you've got questions, please put them at either. And this is going to sound self-serving, so I'm going to put it this way. If you've got questions, to make them easy for me to find, please stick them in the question section. If you don't want to do that and don't want to get the blue button work, you can do a super chat. But please, in the middle of the whole chat going on in the live chat, I might miss them. So I don't want to miss them, and I'm working down the chat and the questions. Stafford, right then. What period of history best emphasizes the current state of the RN readiness, or lack thereof? Well, here's the thing, okay? So, we've got a lot of articles recently about Royal Navy readiness, and this will come out at some point in a bilge pumps once we manage to get a recording done again. And believe it or not, I think I've finally fixed a recording with Sal that we did weeks ago. Finally. So that should be up soon. Here is a statement. HMS Prince of Wales was 30 days from ready. It's supposed to be able to go into sea. It's supposed to be at 30 days readiness. She got ready, held back by tides, but still out within 8 days. That suggests pretty darn good on the readiness factor. If you were something which is theoretically 30 days away from going to sea, and you get it done in 8 days, that's pretty good in my book. The reality is, the Royal Navy isn't problem on the readiness. It's on the problem is the number of vessels it has. It's quite simple. Everyone said you want the same readiness as you have with 5 hulls, and you want to achieve with 2 hulls. You can't do that. And the government went, oh well, yes we can. We're only going to build 2 carriers. And the whole time they said only 2 carriers. The Royal Navy offered different designs of carriers. We'll build smaller carriers so we can have more of them. We'll do all these options. No, they go for only 2 carriers. So the Royal Navy gets the biggest carriers they can because they're going to be the most useful they can get. If you're only allowed 2, you get the 2 big ones. You don't get the 2 small ones. And British government, remember, delayed construction, and so Britain, so we ended up paying for 3.5 carriers and taking 2, because it was supposed to be cheaper to delay their construction, delay their entry, because it meant you could do things like get rid of the Harrier and all sorts of other justifications. Great fun. And let's be honest, the people who made those decisions were really, really silly. And there were and there's all the political parties are involved in that, so no one starts saying in the chat that one political party is better than the others. All of them conspired in that one because they all made silly decisions. This might be why I'm less polite about political parties than my American counterparts, because our ones are even sillier sometimes. But leaving that to one side, this is the basic problem. The issue is if you had 3 ships, you would probably have had one at 30 days readiness going through servicing. You'd have had one being held at theoretically a week's readiness or at sea, and one preparing for the exercise. And if the one preparing for the exercise couldn't go, without any really need for much of an announcement, the one at sea would have gone. Or the one which was 7 days from readiness, or whatever, because you'd have 3 of them. You wouldn't have had to do this constant juggling. The trouble is when you have only 2 hulls, you have to do constant juggling. If you consider, when we're looking at the SSBNs and you want a guaranteed capability at sea, how many boats do you have? You have 4. You have 4 hulls, because you can guarantee one at sea with 4 hulls. Because you're servicing for hulls which are going into salt water, which corrodes everything. You're putting those ships, those units through a lot of stress, a lot of strains, because the average operation, even in peacetime, is not exactly nice on your hulls and your engines and your material, and on your crew. So you have 4 hulls, and probably the average of roughly 6 crews between those 4 hulls for the SSBN group, roughly. So this is the reality. This is what you need to think about. So when you're going, hang on, we have you have 2 and there's an issue here. Oh, it's the Navy's readiness. It's not Navy's readiness what's the problem. The Navy, the Ministry of Defence, God love them, they're all doing their best and they're doing really well with the limited assets they've got. That's the problem. They've not got a readiness problem, they've got a government problem, and a successive government problem, in that we've been buying and procuring as if wars are wars of choice, rather than, and the enemy doesn't get a vote as to when a war happens. And that's the problem. Rant over. Williams. Just spotted a question. I don't know how long it's been in there. Williams. Today carriers seem to work as mobile bases. When was this function developed? That's in the live chat, I think. This is the trouble. Quite people do questions in live chat. I keep missing them. Okay. They've always worked as mobile bases. It's not a new function. It was basically from the original. If you consider the first carriers were seaplane carriers, which were actually mobile bases, they would literally go to a bay and set themselves up in the bay and operate the seaplanes from there. There's a video on the Italian seaplane carriers, the Europa and Giuseppe Moraga, which is literally all about that. So yeah, they've always been that. So yeah, there's no real sort of. It's basically when was the British Royal Navy at last at this state of insufficient numbers, and that would be you'd have to go back to reign of Queen Elizabeth I, honestly. Hendrik Bova, in what scenarios would a drone like the Cosmarant submarine launch UCAV be useful? All sorts of reconnaissance and other issues I can see, but you know, I'd have to do more study on the Cosmarant to really get an answer to that one. But basically, a submarine launch drone, useful for reconnaissance, surveillance, targeting. Bad Home, I wonder how much of a difference in AA the Tre Connor class had compared to a Turn class or Cleveland class. A Free Crown class, they're good cruisers. Difference in AA? Well, they are built during World War II, and as they're originally built, they have 1 triple turret, 2 twin turrets with 6-inch guns, as I remember correctly. Have a triple turret forward and 2 twin aft. And 20 40mm guns, some 20mm guns, and some torpedo tubes. So they're fairly heavily armed, I would say. Fairly heavily armed. But yeah, they're about the same as most wartime fits at this point. The thing is, it's something which is being built between 1943 and 1947. So they've managed to get the joy of watching roughly 4 years of war going on right around them to add to their design and information. So it's kind of unfair comparing a trade Connor to to the Town or Cleveland class. Also because the Swedes are very good as it is and are the ones who develop the Bofors and various other things. So they get a lot of information coming back to them. Let's say, everyone, how much extra leverage would the British have to play with the treaty if they had 13 4 Ryan, 4 and 4 basically if they'd had 17 13.5 inch ships to offer to dispose, they might have been able to use that to get more of an allowance to build more Nell rods, but honestly, as it was, if I open up the treaty, at the Washington Treaty, they basically agreed to get rid of Tiger, Thunderer, King George V, Ajax, and Centurion, and Bembo, Emperor of India, Iron Duke, and Marlborough are sort of ones which go off later. It's a case of useful ships. They keep them. So basically, you're saying they're prepared to sacrifice another 100,000 tons of ships. That's useful for them. As said, I put that in the Tillman Treaty because my theory was the British would be happy to sacrifice 100,000 tons of those ships to get an extra 2 brand new 16-inch ships. So the British would be. If the British could have sacrificed those 4 ships and got another 3 Nell rods, they would have been very, very happy. If they could have sacrificed those ships, if they're getting 5 Nell rods rather than 2, they might drop some of the survivability obsession and actually go for slightly higher speed. They might actually go for an F3 Nell rod. Or something along lines of it in terms of speed bump. Backmasters, would an earlier version of the Rolls-Royce lift system as used on the F-35 have been possible with the technology of the 60s and put in the Harrier instead to get the supersonic speeds? Theoretically, but it would require a huge amount of human intervention in the 1960s. A huge amount of intervention because the processing power isn't at that level. So you wouldn't see it go probably in a Harrier style thing, but it's theoretically possible because you have to remember the Forger runs off a not too dissimilar system to that idea. It's just the Forger is definitely not a Harrier. Anyways, assuming scout carriers, what would make it into the Washington Treaty? What would it look like, and what doctrines pop up around them for each nation? Does the limit go up in the London Treaty? Probably not, because none of the limits go up in the London Treaty. If they get in there, if you've got some sort of scout carrier, light carrier in there, it would scout carrier, cruiser carrier, light carrier, whatever. You probably take the 27,000 ton limit and you divide it by half and go 13,500 tons and below. Is going to be whatever this. And honestly, you're looking at Britain, you're looking at HMS Hermes and similar vessels. If you've got 13,500 tons of sand to play with, she's Love 11,000 tons. That gives you 2,000 tons to grow. The design. The Americans probably the same. It's going to depend on how many you're allowed. So let's say they set the limit at you're allowed 5 of those, and Britain's allowed 5 13,500 ton and below carriers, and America's and 5 fleet carriers. Well, under those scenarios, the British actually their fleet carriers might be closer to 27,000 ton limit. They might well be closer to that, or let's see, because they get 135,000 tons. Yeah, they're not gonna. They are not going to worry as much about getting them all below that, because to have all the desired presence in the world, as long as you have sufficient of the smaller carriers, if you have 5 and 5 in terms of vessel numbers, you have made yourself a lot. You've got 10 carriers to have the presence around the world. Which means the British might well go for larger, almost and so would the Americans probably. Probably the fleet carriers would end up larger, both navies in terms of their constructed tonnage, and they'd have small carriers available for cruiser issues. The Japanese would be the interesting ones, because they would probably try and rig their small cruisers to take as much aircraft as possible. Now, they're not building around 10,000 tons, but honestly, you're probably looking at trying to get them another 14,000 tons. And let me just check the Ryujo. Honestly, if you built the Ryujo to 14,000 tons rather than 10,000, rather than 8,000 tons, you've got an extra 6,000 tons to play with. Goodness gracious me, that ship actually might work. So you probably have a far better light carrier scenario going on. So, okay, let's go to the next one. Age of Sail questions. Would you rate mahogany-built ships from Havana over teak-built ships from Bombay? Built in Bombay. Ooh. Not for the material reasons, okay, but the quality of the ships built in Bombay was always very, very high, because they had some most excellent master craftsmen. So I would always rate the Bombay ships slightly higher than the Havana ones, because of the quality of their work. The Havana ones sometimes are very good, sometimes are very bad. It depends on how corrupt the Spanish governor is and how they treat the shipyard. Okay? Whereas the ones in Bombay are consistently exceptionally good. And it's mainly the quality of the ships they build, which is what gives the British Army in India and the British and their worries over the Indians and developing a naval power. Because if India becomes a naval orientated nation because of the quality of ships they build, then they perceive that the British Army in India would lose its power and influence over quite a lot of empire operations. That's the reason why the Indian Navy is terrible prior to World War II. Basically, no one's prepared to invest, and the British government keep going, "Can we invest in it?" And the British government in India, the various governors, no, because the army tells them no, because that will ruin our power and influence. Dave Harrison. When the Royal Navy was carrying out the refits of the Queen Elizabeth class battleships and designing the Narrods, why include the torps? How much weight could have been saved repurposed for engines is my choice. Not that much. It's probably a couple of 100 tons or something. It's not something to be sniffed at, but it's not really enough to really change things. Honestly, getting rid of torpedoes, whilst I support that, at the time they were still considered essential, because they were the essential backup weapons. And they were the guaranteed thing you could use to sink a ship which has otherwise ceased to function. I.e., let's consider the Bismarck. Bismarck has stopped being able to fight back. It is an absolute flaming wreck on the surface of the sea. But because of the way it's been designed, because of the way its core hull and shaping is designed, it's still floating there. You want to sink it, put a hole in it so it lets water into the sort of citadel area, and that requires a torpedo often. It's a torpedo which is going to do that best. So, yeah, you could argue, well, you've got destroyers with you, you've got cruisers with you for that, so why do you need the battleship to have it? You have the battleship that has it, so it can make sure it has it. The only thing it can guarantee that's going to be with a battleship in a fight is the battleship. 1968 how much difference does one more 1911 King George V and Iron Duke class Super Dreadnought and one Tiger class battlecruiser really make in the grand scheme of things? If you have 3 more ships, you have 3 more ships. Okay, does it make much difference in the scheme of things? You can say in the aggregate, it gives you extra vessels at certain key points in time. You can also point out it gives you a larger pool of vessels to draw from for operations. But you honestly don't know until you have that extra ship in operations. You don't know how good its crew is going to be, how much its train is going to be. You don't know what the effect on the Dogger Bank is going to be for having another Tiger class. You don't know what the effect on the run to the south is going to be in there, because you don't know what its shells are going to hit. Because there's always luck. There's always the odds. There's always what game are you playing. So 3 extra ships are 3 extra chances to buck the odds. And that's useful. That's not something to be sniffed at. Okay. I answered that one. Did I answer that one out of order? I answered that one as well. So, Black Maxwell's. How would the Battle of Trafalgar go if fought with the ships of the 1850s, but same people? 1850s would be steam. Steam and steam powered are huge ships. Honestly, probably not that dissimilar, but it would be faster. The British would approach far faster because they'd have steam power, so they could guarantee and they could be less bothered about the wind. Yeah, so it would be... I'm not sure, really. How would it go? Probably about the same, actually, because the R factors are the same. But it's going to be faster. It's going to be harder, and the British are probably going to be even more scary. But also, when things blow up, they're going to blow up even more because they're going to have boilers in them. And those boilers, when they cook off, are going to make explosions from the magazines look like small fry. It's really massive, those boilers, when they go off. It's, let's put it this way, it's probably a good thing it wasn't fought with those ships. That could mean a lot more people died. Dunham, the RN 16 inches in Elrods, could they get a heavier shell and allow a slower velocity from the guns, or would that need new breach mechanisms? It would require some work, but not massive amount of work. But it would require investment in... Basically, I often think that if they had gone with a 16-inch gun for the King George V's, they would have reworked the 16-inch guns on the nail rods at the same time. And I think if the lines had been built, the nail rods would have been converted quickly as well. I haven't seen any of the April suggestions. I'd have to open that up. Patron. Patron. Oh, that's gone to Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut deals. No, I don't need Pizza Hut deals. I need Patron. Pizza Hut deals was something I needed earlier in the week. I keep trying to get fit and healthy and keep having to go with... Oh yeah, the cooker's broken again. Oh, great. They finally fixed the cooker, and they've told us they're sending us a new cooker next week as well. because they're replacing the cooker completely. There's some really cool suggestions here. Michael66 been here going for a lot. Submarine aircraft carriers, bad idea or very bad idea from Jessica Brisbane. Thank you. Not Carnage. Not sure how to check with patron questions if a tie happened. Ties happen. I am honest. It's sadly enough for me because it's on time to move extra work, but I don't mind. It's being honest is the best policy. But the rule is basically if you get two equal at the top, that's the first and two, so that's the two winners. The scenario becomes free as if there's joint second place, and I basically turn one of the Bruships into an extra patron. Langmaster, what if World War II was fought with technology from 4 years in the future, like 1914 fought with 1918 tech and so on? That's an interesting one to think through. Because by 1918 you have the beginnings of through-deck cruisers being built, so if you have that in 1914, then by 1918, which would be equivalent to 1922 our time, but would actually be 4 years of war development, so it's not going to develop necessarily new technologies, but it's going to push forward the pace of things, so it's probably going to actually be equivalent to 1926-28 our time in terms of the tech in service. It's going to be a very bloody war. It is going to be. Honestly, if you're dealing with 1918 tech in 1914, then the Queen Elizabeth class are having 16.5-inch guns or something more, because that's what you're talking about at that time period. 16.5-inch and 18-inch guns. That's what they're being developed. And 16.5-inch are the ones which go on the G3s. Hello, Mikey Newman. Belfast is a mighty fine ship. Glad you enjoyed her. So, it would be... All I can say is the technology was a bit of a shock to the officers in command in World War I because it was the first real peer-on-peer conflict for a while with that technology. If you're starting off with 1918 tech, which was as traditionally historically developed by a lot of war experience, if you're talking about, I don't know, your latest battle cruisers are equivalent to HMS Hood, potentially with 16.5-inch guns on Queen Elizabeths and the R's, etc. It's going to be a problem, especially as if we consider the tech for the Germans didn't move on as fast. The remainder of the High Seas Fleet, yeah, basically, if you've got the air attack which could be taking place, basically, if you're talking about 1918 tech, you've got Sopwith Cuckoos. And you've got carriers being developed to carry them. You'd be Blackburn Dart level or better by the time of the end of the war. You could be up to Blackburn Ripon, and that's a freaking deadly aircraft for its era. Let's hear him. Question 10. If World War II didn't start in 1939, wouldn't the British be planning to replace World War I vintage Hawkins class for cruisers as they are becoming long in the tooth? They are going to... The more important amount is going to be replacing the C's, the remaining C's, the D's, and the E's. Hawkins are going to replace, but they're overage ships, so they don't count towards your tonnage limitations. So what can they be used for? So the Hawkins might actually go in for a conversion to AA ships. You could fit 5.25-inch guns on the Hawkins class, so they might decide to make them extra air defense cruisers. Or something like that. So replace them in their role as heavy cruisers, yes. Getting rid of them, probably not. What are the kind of shore defences did the US have at Hawaii at the time of Pearl Harbor? They had quite a lot of defences in terms of shore defences. They had a range of artillery guns and all sorts of and other things in defence. But I get into trouble with this sometimes because I have had American commenters on my videos basically tell me off for not agreeing with them that those were necessarily as good as they could be, and saying that I think two battle hardened Japanese infantry divisions could probably have overwhelmed their defences. But the thing is, my argument is not with their defences; it's with the way they're organised and sorted and etc. in this time period. Because it is not by a nation expecting a war or a nation which is defending its primary base. It is sorted and organised in the fashion of a nation which doesn't really believe anyone's going to challenge it. If you want a good example of a base which is illustrating the trouble of the war of choice mentality, it's Pearl Harbor and the way it's been funded and supported and the issues and compromises the commanders are having to make in Pearl Harbor, both naval and army, in the name of what they are being supplied by their government in terms of information and in terms of support and succor. Yeah, that's it. That's the example. Landmasters, what if Japan had hovercraft, the national equivalent of ships, by 1940? You have a lot more problems in terms of your defence of the sea. Nice Secretary on question 11. The Admiral-class battlecruisers, Hawkins-class cruisers, Emerald-class cruisers were ships planned for post-War I. What else was the RM looking at in World War I that were post-war in reality? The RM were planning lots of things for post-war. Let's be honest, quite a lot of the carrier construction, quite a lot of the other construction they have going on is all about post-war. Especially once it gets to 1917, 1918. You know war's going to end soon, because you know the British had their studies of the the blockade of Germany and its effect on their economy. And nicest way, the Royal Navy's got very accurate ideas of how much damage that is doing. There is a lot of effort being devoted to making sure that is properly worked out. Yeah. They have a rough idea of how long the war's going to last. So yeah, they are building pretty much anything which is ordered from 1917 onwards is definitely ordered with the end of the war in mind. 1916 onwards, you can start to argue with larger units which are going to take a lot longer to build. Langmessers. What would having all the British ships from Dreadnought onwards to having oil fuel only have on the war in Jutland if it happened? Odds are they're faster. Odds are if you've got it faster, probably it's more efficient fuel, etc. But you've probably got Dreadnought starting out at 23 knots, not 21 knots. In which case, if she's at 23 knots, then the jump to 28 knots rather than 25 or 20... more than, let's say, 28 knots for Queen Elizabeth class is going to be a lot easier. You're going to have a higher pressure boiler, more consistent boiler from the get-go, because you can control the rate of oil supply more than you can control coal. That's the thing. Coal, you do a lot of effort. It goes a lot of manual labour, a lot of dexterity has to put into loading the coal, into putting the coal in. It's why those people involved in moving and supplying the coal to the boilers the stokers are quite so important in the Royal Navy and in any navy at that time, because of making sure they have to be really skilled to get the best out of the boilers. You don't have to be less skilled. It's not so much you have to be less skilled to get the best out of an oil boiler, but you need a lot less people to be that skilled to get that work out of the boiler. So you are going to reduce some of the crewing some of the crewing numbers. You are going to reduce some of the logistical issues in terms of moving coal around, etc. You're going to increase logistical issues in terms of needing more oil, but again, the British will probably stockpile that as much as they can, and we've been stockpiling that since 1904 at this point, if they started it with a dreadnought. And yeah, they'll be faster, so it will have that impact on the British. Everything will be a bit faster. And Dr. Clarke, if you don't mind, what kind of propulsion number of guns, approximate beam length, would your proposed German light cruiser have for role playing and ultimate armor rounds? Let's see. If I'm moving something for 5,000 tons, they like their 5.9-inch guns. I'd go for 3 twin 5.9-inch guns, 2 forward, 1 aft in turrets, and I'd have the ability to lay mines, but not massively, so they wouldn't be Nuremberg, etc. things like that. And propulsion, diesel steam. Diesel steam. Nicest way, if I was the Germans, that's what I would go, diesel steam the whole way. Combined gearbox, diesel steam. And top speed as high as I could get them to. And as many torpedoes as I could pack on that hull as possible. If I could get a broadside of 8 or 9 torpedoes on each side, I would be a very happy man. If I could get 10 torpedoes to fire off each side, so 2 blocks of 5, or, you know, something like that, I would be an exceedingly happy man. I'd settle for 6 each side, 2 triples. I would be very, very happy with slightly more. Nice day, everyone. Question 12. Would the British without World War II have started building the Bay, Lock and River class frigates? Potentially. They do want something like that. But it's probably going to be more a continuation of the Hunt class escort destroyers rather than the frigates, which were one step up from a corvette. Or something sloop-like. So it's going to be, if it's in peacetime before wartime, it's going to be full naval build, not built to any civilian standards at all. So that's the scenario. Biomass, answer that one. Question 13 is now being used as my limiter. Boom. Does 10.5... Nice hearing. Question 13. Does 10.5 to 15,000 tons really sound about right for a non-treaty 1930s light cruiser? Look, if I was building a heavy cruiser, it's going to be 15 to 18,000 tons. If I was building a light cruiser, it's going to be 10 to 12,000 tons. There's going to be a lot of clear water between the two for a light cruiser. In that period. And then I'd probably have a scout cruiser down at about 8,000-ish tons. Senior says, was the hood built with small tube boilers? Yes. Bound home. I just recently got the book Naval War in the Baltic, 1939-45. The author happens to be somewhat close to the family, and I wonder if you know of it. I think I have heard of it. I don't think I've got a copy yet. Megascrow. The shipbuilding that makes use of short timbers. Was something like Sepping and Simmons. I can't find anything about it. What am I doing wrong? well, if I just search my own notes, I can find out whether you're doing the correct spellings. That would help, wouldn't it? He says... look up Robert Seppings. And that will help you. Robert Seppings is probably the first person to start on. And that will lead you to Simmons. But Robert Seppings will sort you out. Will sort you out. Oh, hello. Did it. My leg is killing me. I'm going to put it up. Excuse me, I'm going to look a bit rude, but I am doing this because my leg is actually hurting me. So yeah, I know I've been trying to keep it as high as possible underneath the desk, so I didn't look too rude. I knew I would look like I was laying down, but I didn't want to look too rude. And yeah. And that, everyone, is why when one goes to the gym, one doesn't try to do things with weights one hasn't done before without help from someone who knows what they're doing. Do not try to be two people who are in their mid to late 30s, looking at instructions on YouTube and going, we think we can do that, we're sure we know what we're doing. Question 14, Night Cigarette 1. Do we know what the proposed Crown Colony design K25F displacement would have been? I think there are figures written down there as what they think they're going to be, but what they would actually be is going to wait on that until they're constructed. So we know what they were going to be proposed to be, not what they would have been. By most of us, what kind of armour could the Iowa get if done in a free layout with the same speed as originally? Possibly an extra half an inch, maybe an extra inch. It depends on what you're doing with it. Stephen Richards, didn't the Germans have plans or drawings of their own 15-inch guns from World War I knocking out pre-World War II? The Germans have all sorts of things, but the trouble is they lost all the infrastructure to make them. So you have to build new infrastructure, and the trouble is with also losing your infrastructure, you also lose the know-how, because... Let's say this. So, I'm a historian. I'm going to give you an example from history. I'm a historian. It's great. There are certain skills which are taught in a profession when you're going to become an academic historian and when you go through the learning. You talk about certain research styles and certain methodologies and how to approach works. Not what to think, but how to approach, how to check them, basically. One of the things that isn't written down, but probably should be, but isn't written down, is how you assess authors. In terms of when you're dealing them one-to-one, face-to-face, how you approach them, how you deal with them. One of the things I have learnt over the years is you get two types of author. The person who's going to drop their book into every conversation, every question they have. They're going to drop their latest book into it in any conference. And the ones who will barely acknowledge their book until you ask them about them, or until it's absolutely painfully relevant to the subject. The thing is, as a historian, one of the key things you need to learn is where the good information sources are, where you can find access to primary materials, archive materials, and how archives are. Best way you can often evaluate that is actually by talking to the author of the book, because they will know how painful it was to try and get primary sources out of that particular archive. For example, if you read my books, you will see a lot of National Archive documents, because National Archives are interesting, but they work. That you can get stuff out of them. You will see a fair amount of documents from Wirral Archive Centre. You will see a fair amount of documents from the Churchill Archives. All very good archives to go and deal with.
There are other archives I talk about quite regularly, and either they didn't have relevant stuff in there, or they were very difficult to get information out of. In one of their cases, one of those archives, that would be a bit unfair because everyone who was every time I've been there, it seemed to me the specialist who deals with my area of history is ill. That's made me sort of worried about them, but it's been going on for roughly 4 or 5 years. I have wonderful email conversations with them. They are wonderfully helpful via email, and then whenever I go in, they are ill. It doesn't matter if I tell them or if I don't tell them I'm coming, they are off ill. They're never in the office. And that does mean that whilst I tend to get the documents I asked for in advance, almost always, when I send an email afterwards, thanking them for my help and telling them about what ideas it's led up to, they then go, "Oh, well, if I'd been here, I'd have got this document out for you and this document out for you as well, because obviously you're interested in that." And it's a case of, so that's the sort of thing you need for my profession, but it's not passed on in formal training. It's passed on through discussion. It's the institutional memory passing on. And the trouble is, when the Germans are rebuilding a lot of their infrastructure, a lot of that institutional memory has gone. A lot of the generations who would have been passed that institutional memory on have disappeared. It's the same with their naval architects, the same with everything. It's because they haven't had a chance to practice in the skill. So they're building up a lot of the infrastructure, they're building up a lot of the capabilities to do this stuff, but they're building it basically starting from scratch. You might have the plans, but the plans only take you so far. So I hope that makes sense. Now, Steve Clarke, Alex, in the scenario you progressed earlier, you proposed earlier, read the Tillman Treaty. Could the Germans have advanced the research for the electroboats faster than historical? They'd have had to invade Netherlands earlier because quite a lot of their research for the electric boats comes from the Dutch. A lot of the research. Um, so they could have tried to push that on faster, but it's going to be a case of the electric boat research is not done in response to the need for submarines to lead the war. It's done in response to development of anti-submarine warfare capabilities by the Allies. And that's what pushes it. But the thing is, they still need to get quite a lot of base material from the Dutch. Because you have to remember, things like the Schnorkel, that's Dutch. It's not German, it's Dutch. The technology is Dutch. The British have it as well as the Germans because the Dutch bring it with them and show it to them. And the British go, well, we don't need that for what we're doing with our submarines. Could have been useful, but it wasn't really necessary because the British didn't have to do their submarines on long ranges underwater in that period of the war because, let's be honest, that only really happens in the Mediterranean. They surfaced at night. They could tend to do that, whereas the Germans had to be underwater for long periods of time because the British had large numbers of aircraft out hunting them and all sorts of things. Nice thing. Without the artificial limits imposed by the treaty system, do you think the British are the first ones to find a practical limit for the battleships and battlecruisers? My sneaking suspicion is it would have been the Americans in the qualitative race. Mainly because Tillman is not alone in his ideas, and if the qualitative race continues on, someone is going to push the button on a Tillman-esque sort of style design to maximize their ship and try and win it. And they're either going to go over the limit at which they produce a ship which is an absolute duck, and I don't mean in a good way, or they are going to reach the point at which everyone's going to look at it and go, okay, that works, but it almost doesn't. But also I would say that the limit of construction is going to depend on the era of technology. It's going to depend. You might not reaching an actual ultimate limitation onto construction is potentially going to depend on the technology developed, and the technology developed could be amazing to cover that. Vice Admiral Wilson. Age of Sail question 2. How would you rate a French-built second-class ship of the line, 80 guns, versus a British second-rate gun, second-rate 98-gun ship of the line, both crews being British? Okay, so here is the thing you have. The French ship is usually faster. Wonderful. The British, usually the British, when they get the French hold of French ships, usually rebuild them. Why? Because as much as they're good, as fast as they nice are, lovely, the British prefer their ships to be slightly slower, so that be slightly stronger, so that when they arrive on the other side of the world, they can still fight. The French ship can beat the British ship in the race to the other side of the world. It then needs days, if not weeks, to recover to be in fighting condition. That's basically the trouble for the French and the Spanish at Trafalgar. The Spanish ships are broadly speaking okay, but the French ships, after racing to the other side of the world and racing back, are really in, most of them in issues, which is why they then spend quite such a long time being in harbour, which makes them quite so easy to work out where they are, which is why Nelson is waiting for them at Trafalgar when they come out, broadly speaking. So rating them is different. It's enough if you want. If they've just literally both come out of harbour and they're having a fight and going at it, bells and whistles, everything for some reason. It's going to depend on which one gets the slick maneuver to either rake the ship or to manage to cross its T in some way from the stern or the bow. Stern is preferable because it's going to be lighter built at the stern than the bow, and then you'll be able to smash it up completely from the inside out. If you can do that, the odds are the 80s more likely to do that. But if you're the other side of the world and you're meeting up after a many-week voyage crossing the Atlantic, I'd probably give it to the 98 gunner. And if you have two captains who are both uninspired and just try and slog it out with each other, also be tempted to give it to 98 gunner because it tends to have a bit of height advantage. But technically, also an Alaska, an 80 gun ship is still a third rate because it's usually 84 and above as a second rate. Team Locker, how the Alaska would have been used if they had already been outfitted when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor and the rest were under construction. You know those big carrier raids I was talking about in the 1942 carrier raids videos? Each one of those would have had an Alaska class along it, and they would have been far less worried about running into the Japanese. Far less worried. Because an Alaska class is basically designed from the keel up to be able to hold up a Congo or something else if it comes out to attack a fast carrier task force. It will die, but it will hold them up long enough for those carriers to get away or to launch all their aircraft. South Thompson, in that regard, when was the last time the Army was being asked to do so much with so few assets? Honestly, they've never been asked to do so much with so few assets as they're currently being asked. They're being asked to basically fill tasks as if it was the height of the Falklands Cold War period, so late 1970s, early 1980s, and they have like a fifth, if not a seventh of the ships available that they had at that time. So what would having no invention of nuclear weapons do to the world's navies in terms of procurement design? Ooh, no nuclear weapons. You would probably see a lot more investment in fuel explosives and various heavy rounds of missiles. But, yeah, not really that much to the world's navies. You wouldn't have the SSBNs unless they were armed with fuel explosive warheads that would incinerate cities. It'd be something like that. They'd either have them or they wouldn't have them. Stafford, With the Wolf-class patrol vessel, let's be honest, construction starting to wrap up and Kingston-class placements due to begin soon, why aren't OPVs being constructed with a landing deck at for helicopters? With moderate hotel facilities, basic refueling for the small plus medium helicopters. Yeah, it depends on Navy. Some are. The Nadra Rasmussen are very good for this, and so are a few other navies. Other navies, the British included, haven't gone down that route because, honestly, they're worried if they add a helicopter onto them, someone will start seeing them as baby frigates. And think, oh, that's a cheap frigate, we can build that instead of building real frigates. So I honestly have this feeling that quite a lot of navies don't put hangars on their OPVs, literally because the politicians will see the hangar and think, frigate. Not very useful patrol vessel, but frigate. Andrew Buffer, how nations of the world naval treaties have reacted if one of the nations have built a very large coastal gun, e.g. 18 to 22-inch guns, and perhaps the turrets have the same barrel size as the battleship? If they'd started building basically battleship turrets with 18 to 22-inch guns and been fitting them in forts, I can imagine the London Treaty would have been an interesting negotiation. Because it would have been basically, yeah, we can build these turrets. We aren't building these turrets, but we are building these turrets. But they're for land bases. Again, you might have someone try and say that, but the powers who might do that would be the British or the Japanese. Because they're the ones who have functioning 18-inch gun programs in that sort of 1920s period. If the British and Japanese both do it, then there's going to be some upset. Especially as technically under the treaty system, the British can mount those in Singapore, they can mount those in Gibraltar, and they can mount those in Dover, and they could really take over quite large chunks of the world. You would make things like the Channel Dash virtually, as long as the guns were still around, which they probably would be, because let's be honest, the guns that the British mount to defend the Dover, etc., do not get destroyed by any bombing attacks in World War II. They get attacked a few times, but don't get destroyed. So if you have those sitting around for the Channel Dash, then goodbye Shah Norton Gneisenau. Because if you had 4 of those triple turrets sitting around, you would basically have boom, 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 boom. Did we hit? Yeah, we did. Good. Bye-bye. As for Singapore, you do that early enough, and basically it's under the Washington Treaty you get away with it. You might have actually invested enough in defense today you can actually hold Singapore. Because would I like to be the ground army, which is coming which is heading through jungle towards Singapore, and 18-inch high explosive shells start going off above my head in the trees? Nope. That would kill quite a lot of my troops. But the trouble is, at some point, some would probably demand either parity for battleships, or would try and put a stop on them building them. But remember, they did try and put a stop on people building. There's some real fun with trying to make aviation treaties like aircraft, for aircraft treaties for aircraft, basically like they're putting for ships. And the real problem comes when you're dealing with civilian airliners and working out whether or not they could be used as bombers. There is a lot of Dutch tech which goes into electroboat. Yes, a lot of it's refined by the Germans, but a lot of the basic technology and a lot of the basic ideas come from the captured Dutch tech. So yeah, that makes for a lot of fun. Just referring to my earlier point and seeing some things flash by in the chat. Alright, Maximus, I'm going to just put that. I see yours. I'm going to push this down and see how fast we go. Oh, we've almost caught up. We're up to 9:18. Goodness gracious me, we can actually see the current time. So, frig, that was stupid. Oh, that was stupid. That hurt. Okay. How far? How fast would a first-rate ship of the line in Nelson's time if made out of red oak? Well, red is always a fun thing, and red oak. Let's see, what's its density and light and weight? So they're basically made from North American oak. I presume not the comedy series. What's its density as wood? It's non-durable, good medium, excellent for that. 790 kilograms per meter cubed. Okay. We have too many British. We have too many. Yeah, English oak, hard based. Average dried weight. So it would actually be heavier in hull. 600. The average English oak is 675 kilograms per meter cube dried weight. So that means it's going to be. Yeah, brain engage. 90 plus 25 is 115 kilograms per meter cubed more heavier. Considering how many meter cubes go into that, that's going to affect the weight of the hull in the water, which is going to give it more of a plunging profile. So probably about 10 knots. Probably about 10 knots. Rough back of a Google maps in my head. Based off a first rate of the size of HMS Victory. Now, Sharon, would it not be right that without artificial limits imposed by treaties in the Iron is fielding cruisers exceeding 20,000 tons by 1940s? Quite potentially. Potentially, yeah. That's if you are looking at 40,000 ton plus capital ships, which are probably by that 1940s would be 50,000 plus tons, then if you look at the growth of cruisers, the proportional growth is there going to be about 20,000 tons. Alzaski, would a Dido class or two accompanying HMS Prince of Wales and Repulse make any difference at Cantan? They certainly wouldn't hurt. They certainly wouldn't hurt, but as I've said before, you just need some fighters. Those are bombers, unescorted, able to do basically unimpeded runs until they get in with they get in the range of guns. If you've got fighters breaking up those runs well before they get into range of the guns, they are going to be in far, far more trouble. So basically any carrier would do. It's kind of, what was that song? Any dream will do? Well, any carrier would do in that scenario. Any carrier would do. Let's see. Admiral Fisher lived to the age of 79. Henderson lived to the age of 57. So if he'd had another 22 years, he'd have been First Sea Lord. I have no doubt about that one. What would have happened? Honestly, I think he would have I think the Royal Navy would be in a very different shape. I think, for starters, I honestly do believe this. Churchill will not have managed to achieve his we will pause capital ship and carrier construction with Henderson in charge, and I do not. I think also you might well have had. He would have looked to the future, and he would have got the Maltas built because they would have been the biggest available flight decks and biggest available carriers. And his view would always been with aircraft carriers that you look at him, he's trying to maximize every time an aircraft carrier's capabilities. So he wants to maximize survivability, maximize his air group, maximize survivability, maximize the air group. The Maltas would have been that, so he would have definitely stopped the Audaciouses and built the Maltas. See, Clarke, dear Emma King, can we borrow USS Ranger to send to Singapore? Honestly, she could have done it. Honestly, anything could have done. And imagine some Gloucester Sea Gladiators or Buffaloes would have probably saved 4C, given how close we're. Yeah, you really do not need that much. You do not need that much. Question 18, that's about treaty. Would a ship like Neptune's come about earlier if the town I refused and the Enders were built over 10,000 tons? Yes. That's right. How much would British infrastructure play a role in the RN hitting the practical limits of capital ships? If they'd restarted the cycle of improving the infrastructure, which they had to keep up with the qualitative race, it wouldn't have. It would have been upgraded to deal with it. Remember, the French have a habit of upgrading their infrastructure to deal with the next generation. The Americans have a habit of upgrading their infrastructure to deal with the next two and the next generation and the generation after that. The British had a habit of every 6 years trying to make sure that they're going through their infrastructure and trying to update it over that 6-year period to deal with the next roughly 3 generations realistically. I haven't caught up with the book. I haven't caught up with all the questions yet. So no, we haven't had the first book yet. 9601. Stafford Thompson. How would developments have differed if cruisers were classified trade and fleet instead of light and heavy? Would the undersea role help or hinder the lines? The trouble is the heavy's not heavy. This is the thing, and even calling it trade and fleet is, again, the thing is the 8-inch cruiser is more of a trade protection cruiser in many ways than the 6-inch, because it's to deal with the surface raiders and go out independently. So it's got the heavy hitting gun, so it's more viable that way. But the 6-inch has the volume. So basically, for both, you can't really make those definitions fit. Take care, Danny Wright. Well, Megasphere, the Maltas, if they would have been completed, might have had a far more angled flight deck than they were designed with. Principally because they weren't really designed with one. Without naval treaties, when about would the RN have seen the battleship and battlecruiser finally merge into fast battleships? I think potentially you'd have it after the end freeze. There's a reason for this, okay? So you build the G3s, which are battle cruisers. They are heading down the route, but they're still battle cruisers. Then you build the end freeze. And then by that time you have the Francisco Caracolas coming out. They have the Japanese starting on the Key class, which are going to be fast battleships. You would have potentially the Americans looking at their generation beyond the South Dakotas and the Lexingtons. At that point, the British probably go, right, then we're going to revisit the Queen Elizabeth class, the idea of the fast battleship, and see what we can build. And it'll be a run of 4 of them, and it'll be their tester. And that'll be their first foot in the water. And then from that point onwards, they'll be building fast battleships. In fact, honestly, the next class after those would probably be conventional battleships again, which are in 3-2s. And then they go, okay, this works. You'd probably be looking at something which was sort of F. Again, I know that I can bring up this design quite often, but it's a contemporary design which fits with the fast battleship mold would be F3s. They're the closest to the fast battleship mold of that sort of generation of contemporary designs. Even though they are technically battlecruiser designs, they are far closer to fast battleships than they are, especially the F3s. That sort of thing. Right on. If the treaty standardise on 18-inch for whatever reason, but keep most of the other limits in scale, does the Agent build the Yamatos with 20-inch guns? Potentially. They need to do something. If they have to build it, this is the point I often try and make when people are asking questions about. Well, one of the interesting things I had was someone going, "Well, the Tillman, what the hypothetical of the Tillman versus Yamato, or the Tillman 4-2 versus the Yamato, or the Tillman 4-2 versus this or that." And I'm sitting there going, if the Tillman 4-2 is built, those ships are not going to be built. The N3 might have been built, but considering the time period when they would be starting the Tillman 4-2 would be 1916-ish. Time period. If they're starting that then, do you think that in 1920 the British are going to be building a ship which is only going to have 9 18-inch guns on it? Nope. It will have 12, and the British will have built it. Because at no point will the British let the Americans... Americans might go, yeah, they've got 24 16-inch guns. Cute. That's the reality. So, if the rest of the world is building 18-inch guns, then... Well, look, if you're building a 20-inch gun, your rate of fire is going to be low enough that you might actually push for the 22-inch gun. Because that's possibly the maximum you can build to. But you are going to need an absolutely mahoosive ship to build it, to operate it. And I honestly think you might break your own infrastructure if you're Japan and you push that route. That's it. Question 20. Would it be right to think the K2 and 3 battlecruisers are not incomparable with a practical limit for that type of ship? I wouldn't say no much they're a practical limit. They are certainly a very interesting option, which if the British had pursued instead of the admirals, could have really, really worried some people in the world. And the K3s could have been pursued. I would say it would be more viable to pursue them with 16.5-inch guns than 18-inch guns, but if they pursued them, they could have got them into service. And if those things had been in service, the treaty would have been very different. Treaty would have been incredibly different. Which Royal Navy admiral will benefit the most from it and given the most recent ship to bear the name? Assume unlimited endurance and consumables. Admiral Duncan. You get a Type 45 destroyer at Camperdown. He'd be in heaven. That's it, basically. Admiral Nelson and Admiral Rodney would be very happy with their battleships, but let's be honest, Duncan would get a Type 45 destroyer at Camperdown. The Dutch fleet would be annihilated. Oh, he'd be ecstatic. I'll be back in a second. I'm going off to check on something outside. Mainly because I've just received a beep on my phone which suggests someone might have taken the little bowl of food we put out front. Before you ask, no, it was approved food, but we noticed one of the
let's put it this way: the feral research assistant looked a bit thin, and we think she might be looking on puppies. So we decided to help out a bit with the improvement of the local assistants, local wildlife people. Hello. Why are you staring at? Oh. Hello. Yes, I'm back. The camera is so forlorn; it stares into the corner of the wall when I go. Why? You don't have to be that upset to miss me, camera. I'm here. Yes, I'm just lowering myself down slowly so you can follow me. Hello. E. Ooh. Yes, let me. Right. And autofocus doxes. It didn't dox my location. It, for some reason, focuses on the corner. I don't know why it likes that at that position. I don't think you get to see that much. The lights in here mean that you mostly see in here. Sort of the shed. The camera is a geek. Yeah, it is a good camera. No, the camera is Obspot. Obspot, a mobile one. This is the new camera, which I've had for a few months now. And both me and actually slowly this camera is taking over the Shipshape crew. And I would like to say I was the first to talk about it as a group, in the group. I was the first. Like to point that one out, but everyone, the other people bought theirs first before me. But it has autofocus and these things, and it improves the lighting, and it makes my life a lot easier, and it does do a bit of tracking. So for some videos like this one, I tend to have the tracking on because I move around a lot more and I do all those things, and it just keeps you with me. It's helpful like that. So, and in answer to the questions, yes, it's all good. We think the right one's taken it, and we've removed it before any others get the idea. Although now I am going to have to track down some more hand sanitizer. I did get some somewhere. Planmasters, you're not as far away from me as you'd like to believe. With that joke, considering I know what road names are in my area, and I know which county I'm in, and I think you all know which county I'm in because I'm in the same county as Drac. There's no little cousin living on the stairs. No, that wouldn't happen in our family. And don't take this the wrong way, in our family, if that happened to one of our some of our family members and a little cousin, it wouldn't matter what skills the person who did it had. We would track them down, and we would make sure they weren't coming back for the family member. I come from that kind of family. You'd have to stop my mother doing it before even thinking about me doing it. You'd have to stop my mum doing it. I think my sister did prepare that. She talked with both the local trust and the vets about what to do with it. So I think she did help. Good luck with that, Rowan. Good luck with that, Rowan. So, Rowan, answer that one. Andrew, if the Alaskas are built with 16-inch guns, would they stay in service longer, be better than historical? Yes, they would probably stay in service longer. Would they be better than historical? Yes, but they'd also dare before be pushing actually into battle cruiser. They wouldn't be the proper heavy cruisers area. They would be actually pushing into battle cruiser territory, and it'd make them an issue with the Iowas, because what are you getting? What value does it equal? Which is the most cost value for money? It could change things in terms of what survives. Or what gets built. Steph Thompson, would it be to prevent them from claiming Econo frigate? Would it be add a line to tie them to a chair and make them watch some scenes from the Whale Wars, emphasizing the role shown by ex-Island class patrol vessels? I think you're technically not allowed to that, but I would personally not disagree with that level of polite restraint shown. Backmasters, the question on the Red Oak ship is how fast would it sink? No, it could be seasoned, dried, and actually made to work. It just might not be the most amazing, but it would work. It could be done. Since I started looking at the Island class after last week, I said to myself, these look really familiar. Then I came across Sea Irwin, and it was like bucket of water poured on me. Honestly, there have been a lot of Island class patrol boats of various types over the years. The Royal Navy had Island class OPVs. The US Coast Guard has Island class patrol boats. And yeah, there's a few out there. It's fun to look at them and go, oh, cute. I think there's some of them are actually... Well, the Ukrainian Navy has, I think, had at least 5. Do they still have 5? I'm not sure. Yeah, still around. Still around. Still around. So there's at least 3 still around of the 5. And that's 2. It's 3. 4, 5. All 5 are still around according to the source I'm looking at a moment. They're good ships. They were good ships. The Iron class patrol boats were pretty much good. But the British basically took them. They were designed as the Jura class OPVs, which were built for the Scottish fisheries protection vessel, the Iron class. Yeah, that's where the Steve Irwin does come from. Ah, fun times. Fun times indeed. Seneca, what would the World War II era US military do if it got the stockpile of the current US military with training on the equipment and know how to maintain it? No nukes are included in the stockpile. Annihilate. Literally, they would be able to annihilate all their opponents very quickly. Tomahawk cruise missiles would wipe out the Japanese armed forces in like minutes. If you think about it, with Tomahawk cruise missiles, the range you could strike from and the likely availability of their intercept would be so distant that, frankly, Japan would be reduced to not being able to do anything very quickly. That would take place. That's before we have Arleigh Burkes turn up anywhere in nicest way. Modern. If you've got no nuclear power, then last conventional carriers would be. Kitty Hawks, so you maybe have the Kitty Hawks in service. And let's be honest, the Kitty Hawk carrier, which displaces 83,000 tons fully loaded, could carry a lot of aircraft. And you probably have all four of them and the John F. Kennedy, because all the Kitty Hawks and John F. Kennedys, and maybe you'd have the Forrestals as well. If you had the Forrestals and the Kitty Hawks, you'd have 8 very decent carriers for World War II, loaded with some they could carry F-18s, etc. Yeah, once you say no nukes, I then have to start thinking earlier for aircraft carriers, because let's be honest, the Enterprise onwards, Nimitz, and Ford class are all nuclear powered. So if you don't have nukes, you don't get nuclear power. You don't get nuclear powered ships. It's interesting. But they would basically wipe out Japan and Germany in like a couple of weeks maximum. Mainly the time would actually not be taking the time to wipe them out, it would be time to move the ships from A to B. Nice. So for the Royal Navy, 8 to 10,000 tons seems to be the sweet spot for cruisers. Why? Because you can get usually the right balance of numbers of hulls in terms of being able to construct the right sort of numbers, and they have the capabilities you need roughly for the to operate. But I would say it's more 8 to 12,000 tons as a sweet spot, depending on the era. I was asking, was there any development even thought about AA shells for 14, 15, 16-inch guns in the Iran during World War II? Yes. In fact, if you have a look at the bombing raids and maps of London, you'll know exactly where a 15-inch AA gun was deployed and used, and exactly what the Germans thought of it. It was more a case of, oh sugar, we're avoiding that! There's sort of a gap around South London where you sort of look at it and go, good. The bombers don't go into this area, don't fly through this area. Why? Because when it goes boom, they think the sun's risen again. No, nukes and nuclear bombs. Nuclear reactors, of course. If you've got nuclear reactors, you can build nuclear bombs. So, no. The moment you say no nukes, you have to go no nukes. If you're being honest. If you're being proper, you have to go no nukes. Yeah. And that's another project the Shipshape crew are working on. Owning the carriers without aircraft will be a game changer. Radar, comms, enough space, deck space to operate B-25s. You could land B-25s on them. Honestly, if you could give a B-25 folding wings, you could probably put them in the hangar. Um, let's see. How much tonnage would the Yamato be if given a fourth triple 18-inch turret Montana layout, assuming it keeps the same 20 knot speed as... well, for starters, they have a 27 knot speed. Please note, the Yamato is not a fast battleship, it's 27 knots. That tends to freak people out when they realise it's not a fast battleship, it's a 27 knot battleship. It's not considered a fast battleship. It has to be 28 knots or more to be a fast battleship. So, Yamato, not a fast battleship. It's 72,000 tons fully loaded. The mass of the guns alone are 150 tons per gun. So that's 450 tons alone. Add in the turret structure, add in... You're probably up to about 2,000 hull space if you want to maintain speed. It's going to be longer, which gives you a better length to beam ratio, but you are going to need slightly more power. I would say best part of 80,000 tons is going to be fully loaded. 80,000 tons. It goes from 72 to 80,000 tons. They're easier to build bombs than reactors. Making a reactor not a bomb is the stuff physicists and engineers spend years perfecting. Whilst I do agree, if you have a reactor, you can reverse engineer a bomb, and you can use reactors to help build bombs, so no. This is why you say no nukes, no reactors. Also, to an extent, they do actually get the reactors a bit first, actually, but we'll leave that on one side. Okay, who else is hearing that daytime, nighttime bird in their head every time I have a 15-inch AA gun? Look, you're talking about the nation which produced 8-inch AA guns in the 1920s. You really think we weren't working on AHLs for our battleship guns? I'm not saying the British are smart. I'm saying the British are slightly nuts. See, look, it's highly likely Data's Rodney actually shot down an Italian bomber with a 16-inch shell. The other aircraft in the squadron attacking Gibraltar reported seeing big MERS, then one folded up in midair. Yeah, that was Rodney who was firing again. The British have some very strange doctrines when it comes to AA defense. Oh, good lord. Yes, you do need a reactor, I think, to get plutonium. Right. Hendrik Bofa, if a 20-plus inch gun battleship are built, do 8 to 10-inch secondary faster firing guns make sense against smaller ships? The thing is, I would still stick with 6-inch, because the 6-inch is fast enough firing and you can get enough shells out there, you can deal destroyers as well as cruisers. Because anything bigger anything that you need that's bigger than a 6-inch will engage with is big enough to justify using your primary armament on. So I would still go 6-inch, but if you were the Germans or possibly the Japanese, you would more than likely have a 5-inch, a 9-inch, 10-inch, 5-inch or a 10-inch, a 5-inch and a 10-inch and this inch and that inch and everything, all the perfect guns of the scenario. I'm talking from the very efficiency-orientated British-American perspective, you probably end up with a 6-inch. Colin Cameron, if it's 1943 and the tube alloys were used to defeat Germany and Japan, with the Empire thus able to remain intact and a freeway Cold War between UK, USSR and USA, what would you build overhaul for the nuclear Royal Navy? Why am I in a freeway Cold War between the UK, USSR, and USA?
I might be in a Cold War between the UK, USA, and USSR, but I don't see the UK, USA being in a Cold War with each other. They might not be happy about the fact we got nuclear weapons before them, but the thing is, the Americans had for quite a long time dealt with the reality that the British were more powerful than them for many of their years. Their usual reaction was, it's a qualitative race. There is a difference between a Cold War scenario and a qualitative race. Okay? Expect the Americans to push for their own nuclear weapons as quickly as they can get them. That will be understandable. But it won't be a Cold War scenario between Britain and America, I think. It would have to be a massive, deleterious dip in British relations with America for that to happen. And if we were fighting... It's 1943, and if the British had defeated Germany and Japan, America would have still been in the war by that point, so they would have been our allies in defeating Germany and Japan. As for Russia at that point... what do I build? Oh, hold for the Royal Navy. I build the Maltas. I build the Maltas, and nuclear RN is going to be a little bit away, but you're going to want Maltas. You're going to want the largest carriers you can to have that sort of reach. You're going to want to probably finish off the Lions, potentially, or potentially something else, because in 1943 the battleship will not be as in the same position it is in 1945, and I think Russia will be building theirs as well in 1943, because again, remember, if the war ends in 1943, Stalin has got that much longer in charge before he dies, so he's got that much longer to push for the battleship to be built. But also, I'm probably looking for some cruisers. Cruisers and carriers are going to be my first emphasis, and then I'll deal with the rest when it comes about. Black Maxus, what would a battleship with 18-inch guns that has the tonnage of Gerald Ford look like in capabilities? You'd probably be talking about 12 18-inch guns. You'd probably be talking at about 30 knots, 30 plus knots, and you'd probably be talking about a lot of armor. The exact amount of armor is going to depend on as you said, Gerald R. Ford level. So let's say we've kept developing battleship armor. The thing is, we might have got it to the point at which it's much lighter and we can have more of it, and it's even more capable. So, or we might have less of it and have it just less thickness of it, and it'd be the same capability. So I can't really speak to thickness, but it'll be a lot of armor, a lot of armor. 96831 language. In the nicest way, language. Little cousins are watching. How shipped is Scharnhorst if she's facing Duke of York and a 15 to 18,000 ton county class, a something to 13,000 ton town class, an even bigger town class, and a Crown Colony class that's bigger? Let's put it this way: she wasn't exactly in a good scenario when she was found on her own against the existing ones. If she's in the same condition and the same size as she was historically, because, let's be honest, her limit of construction was the German infrastructure, not anything else, because they were prepared to lie as much as they could to get away with anything. So, you know, they really weren't going to bother about anything other than infrastructure limitations. If she's dealing with even stronger ones, then she's probably just going to be hurt even worse, even more quickly. Because you have to remember, in that scenario, if the cruisers are being built bigger, then the capital ship limit will have been bigger, and the Duke of York will be built bigger. So you could well be dealing with a Duke of York which had... Well, even if they've gone for the 14-inch guns, let's say you've got 40,000 tons your limit, not 35,000 tons, you'd definitely be talking about a 12-gun vessel with 3 quadruple turrets. You could even... theoretically, British 14-inch gun, how much does it weigh? The barrels, they only weigh roughly 80 tons. So, that could be interesting. You could have got 16 of those in. And the British, so yeah. You could be talking about 14-inch guns on the Duke of York. That would not be good. If you got 40,000 tons rather than the historic tonnage to design and build them with, you'd be talking about a Duke of York which is much more bigger and much more powerful. So yeah, it's just not good. It's just basically it takes the existing situation and makes it even worse. I was agreeing. You came up with a reactor that is a small scale for research. Incidentally, critical experiments done in the 40s used tungsten carbide reactors, which proves that bloke having a go in the comments on the gas turbines video very wrong. There's all sorts of things on the gas turbines video that people were having fun with. I don't mind. I like, as long as as long as it's done in a. I don't want to use the classic phrase is polite and respectful, but I don't want that sort of comes off the sort of they are supposed to be going, oh, doctor this or that. No. What I mean is, if you're using evidence and information and not just saying you're wrong or being rude or insulting, then I like dealing with the comments. Otherwise, I just basically, yeah. Or alternatively, sometimes I look at the comments which come up, and as I've said, I look at them and go, I've already answered that in other videos. Do I point out the video or do I let them find themselves? There are a couple of you who I will let find out yourselves because you already watch all the videos. I know you watch all the videos because a couple of you, and I love you for it because it helps me. It helps the channel grow. And remember the target of 15,000 subscribers by Christmas. Comment on every single video so I know you've watched them, or at least I hope you have before you comment. Oh. Black Master, if there were batteries that have the power to weight density of gas in World War II, would there be electric engines powerful enough to make airplanes or similar capabilities as gas counterparts? Gasoline counterparts. Oh, so. Oh, well, yeah. There are engines around, but let's put it this way. It's not beyond the realms of possibility if such a circumstance exists, because if you have the capabilities, you will exploit it. But it's requiring a lot of work. But it's not impossible. Ranger, also, how long do you leave the fuel rod in the core, and whereabouts in the core you leave it? So reactors leave the fuel in for much longer to get most economic burn-up. Runan, are short batteries able to break the 16.5-inch soft limit on gun size with regards to efficiency? Potentially, because as said, the limits are the level of the limits really on 16.5-inch and above 16.5-inch is the rate of fire you can achieve with something higher than a 16.5-inch and how quickly you can get the firing. So it's how much you can stack up the materials. With weight and space not being as much of a factor, and of course the gun not moving like a battleship does, and it's not doing that as it's going along, you could theoretically get the efficiency from a larger gun, but it's still going to be expensive to set up and get it done and get it through treasuries or congresses. Hendrik Beaufort, do you think the 60-inch Alaskas would make more sense post-war than the Iowas? No, because the Alaskas would never have the status of the Iowas, and in peacetime, the Iowa status is what really helps out. Honestly, if you consider the panic that's caused by the Kirov class when they come into service, the panic was only going to be resolved by building ships to counter it or reactivating something like the Iowa class. Let's put it this way. When the Kirov class comes into service,
there is actually a discussion in some parts of British politics about whether or not the government who got rid of the Vanguard and got rid of her, decided to get rid of her, should be put on trial. That is the level of fear they produce because of their lack of equivalence. Activating the Alaskas would not have been enough oomph in their status to counter that. So, with hindsight, I would say the Iowas are a better bet. They would have been, well, it's got six 16-inch guns, so obviously the Alaskas wouldn't have been Iowa size. They would have probably been actually a battle cruiser, rather than a heavy cruiser. But you know, that's the way things would have been. David Gordon, how big of a carrier would you have to be to fly off Beaufighters with torpedoes? If you're talking about a Beaufighter-sized aircraft which is designed to deal with operating with with the use of an accelerator, i.e. catapult, as it means standardized, I'm calling them post-World War II. Honestly, an Audacious class as designed could probably do it. Maybe an Implacable, but certainly a Malta or Midway. Because they were not the longest requiring distance runway aircraft. And they're quite powerful. A dense fog bank involves the UK, a modern county class with 6.6-inch guns forward, 74 VLS cells, and a Wildcat hangar aft, and all her AA fitted seams in Portsmouth. What does the RM do with her? Well, if she's steamed in, she's got a crew. They're first going to ask where she came from, and B, going to ask if there are more of her. And C, probably going to go, woohoo! If she steams in like the Mary Celeste, completely empty, and they have to board her, and she's found to be fitted out with Royal Navy, but sort of come from some sort of weird parallel dimension, they're going to go to that, try and get to that parallel dimension to find more of them. But yeah, they'll use her. They'll use her. 74 VLS cells isn't much for a modern county class, I would say. I can see where the ideas come, but also VLS cells, if they're Mark 41s, they're going to be multiples of 8. Most VLS systems are multiples of 8. So let's see, if you were designing a system which was going to take Mark 41 VLS cells to use for short-range air defense in quad pack roll, etc., I would probably want to put 16, 16, and on sort of 16, 16 on 16 on each side, and I'd probably want a good 96 cells forward if I could. And then I would quad pack 16 on those sides of 16 or forward cells. So I would have roughly 48 cells with 192 cam missiles. No, yeah, 192 cam missiles. And then I would have the other 80 fitted with mostly Asta, but probably some Tomahawks. So probably about 64 Asta and 16 Tomahawks. And I hope she was also carrying 16 naval strike missiles. In their Tsar launchers. But there again, I always believe in carrying more than I probably need. Let's see. Other than submarines, what else was the RN definitely a threat paranoid of? Well, you have a couple of things. Submarines, as mentioned. They're not so worried about torpedo boats. They feel they've dealt with those by rapid-fire guns and destroyers. They should have probably been more worried about those, but they weren't. Aircraft, not really as deathly afraid as they probably should have been as well, but they did have healthy belief in air defense. And as said, in 1939, despite if you look at their AA stats for everyone in 1939, the British are actually the heaviest armed in 1939 for air defense, which is worrying because they're not not heavily armed by any margin compared to during the war, but they are the most heavily armed in 1939. It's kind of a cruel twist of fate. What else? Nothing quite scares them as much as the submarines and the Treasury. So basically, it's submarines and the Treasury. Draconhead, if ordered to extend it over 1 year, extend 1 year, Japan has a full set of I-400. If ordered to extend it over 1 year, Japan has a full set of I-400. If we it has I-400 class built. Draconhead, that question's got split up. Could you do that question again? And I'm trying to work it. I think you're meaning it's I-400s fitted with V2s and firing them, in which case cities are going to get hit, but honestly, it's not going to do that much. It's going to annoy the Americans, but again, there are going to be issues, and they are going to put sinking those submarines as number one priority. Because that's the only way you can really stop them at that time period. 96831. Question 24. I seem to remember you had said you had 64 questions for this week. Why did the Germans think that because everyone hadn't disarmed to the same extent they did, they should be allowed to rearm? When there were reasons why they were restricted to begin with. Let's put it this way. Okay, you have to go through the German political arguments that go through. First of all, they lost in World War I because of the stab at the back. Because they were stabbed in the back by the politicians, not the army didn't lose, they would have won. Then there's the fact that it was all a conspiracy theory started by the Jews. That's their next idea. Kaiser Wilhelm is the one which gets them into World War I, and I don't think he was Jewish, so sorry, that one doesn't work. The guy was a moron. No. And therefore they should be allowed to rearm because they shouldn't have lost and they shouldn't have been treated as badly as they were, because, you know, they didn't do anything bad. They just started a war and killed millions of people, which caused lots of millions of people to die. But, you know, everyone else was just as guilty as them at starting the war. They're the ones who actually invade other countries. They're the ones who actually pull the trigger and do their declarations. But no, there is a whole lot of political how do I put this? Politically rose-tinted glasses on when they are trying to make their justifications. And basically why they're rearming is that they're all cover for the fact they want to rearm because they want to rearm. They want to be strong again. They want to be powerful. They want everyone to realize this is going to be the new 1,000-year Third Reich, which will rule the world, because that is Germany's destiny, to rule the world. Look, it's not logical, it's not nice, it's not sensible, but it's what their leadership was thinking at the time. You are able to call that leadership moronic. It was. Peter O'Donnell. Connell, hello. Any comments on the US removing torpedo launchers from their World War II cruisers? Seems engaging Japanese, all guns blazing, attracted more torpedoes than was healthy. Look, you can argue two ways. You can argue it wasn't sensible, but then you look at the performance of the American torpedoes, and frankly, they might have been more weight. They might have taken up more weight than was worthwhile. You see, in the scenarios, I would argue if you looked at the British with their torpedoes, yes, it's an argument why you should have had the torpedoes because they're useful. But their torpedoes weren't as long range as the Japanese torpedoes long lance anyway, and secondary, the American torpedoes, were, as we all know, started World War II with a lot of issues, which get blamed on a range of other things, but it's the torpedoes and the torpedo development which was at fault. So Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but for those torpedoes, I think they probably made the right decision. And my own instincts with the cruisers is to always have the torpedoes because they're the useful counter to a battleship or a battle cruiser. They are something which can cause a lot of damage, even if your guns can't. And yeah. Let's see. Question 26. So, other than making all the Royal Navy destroyers like the tribals in seakeeping, what else changes this CRM of building destroyers between 2 to 3,000 tons? Probably probably they do have torpedo loaders, reloaders. They do have an automatic loading system. Probably that. That's going to be the big change. Backmaster, if batteries that have the same power, weight, density as gas are developed in the mid-1930s, how does this affect World War II? You have a lot more. You have a lot better performing submarines. B, your ships are going to have a lot of battery emergency power, which it's going to be interesting. Is the thing is it could affect electric drives, because you could always have your turbines operating on their maximum efficiency with gearing systems, but with batteries you can deal with the needs of surging power, so it would make electric drives a lot more efficient and would allow them to really surge the ships up to speed. It's the thing is it's going to affect. It's going to depend on each nation how they get used, but also how they see other nations using it and how they react to it. It's interesting. The USN didn't really realize how long. Well, no, officially didn't. Let's be honest. This was an interesting thing to discuss when I was talking about Tillman, because his particular views on race, his racism, let's be honest, could have filtered into the treaty in two ways. One, he could have grossly misunderestimated the capabilities of the Japanese because of that. Or two, he could have absolutely insulted them, not bothered about it. And either way, that could actually make things interesting, because if he underestimated them due to it, he could well lead to a scenario where actually the Japanese get closer to their 10-7 ratio, which they desperately wanted and needed to feel safe. Especially if they're building 20 ships, he could have said, well, they can have 14. Also, that helps justify him building his battleships and cruisers if the Japanese are stronger. So I could see him doing that one. I could also see him being rude, far ruder, as he pushes in for the how do I put this, the 5-3 ratio. Admittedly, then still the Japanese get to build some ships, because 5-3 ratio, they're allowed 12 ships, and 12 40,000 ton ships is 480,000 tons. Or if they still get 15 ships, that's still slightly more tonnage than they were historically allowed. So as I said, they could build some ships, which could be interesting. But it could also, if there is anything less than the amounts of if his pragmatism doesn't overtake his ability to insult people, then that could be trouble. But I think in his dealings with them, his pragmatism will rule. So I don't think he would do the insulting thing. I think it's more the case of, is it the 10-7 ratio or is it the 5-3 ratio? And that's going to end up on the ships. As I said, I put in agreement of them getting the 15 ships still. So that's still the sop to the people who want peace. And 15 ships, and so it's 5-3 ratios. But there's a very real chance you get the 10-7 ratio and you get 20 ships. But, that changes things even more. Because for the Royal Navy, if you've got, let's put it this way, if it's 20 ships, you've got 800,000 tons. And
Well, that's going to allow you to build a lot of ships. Even if you keep the Iron Duke class in service and they're 100,000 tons, you would still be able to build probably let's do F. What are you doing? Why are you doing that by 1? And I want that to be over 40k. You'd be talking at least probably a 8 40,000 ton ships. Well, technically they'd have to be 8 39,000 ton ships, but you could probably, the Royal Navy knowing them, could actually fudge that one a bit. It's just, and if you get rid of those, you could be talking as many as, you could be talking 10 ships the RM could build. So frankly, yeah. The RM would actually end up with a fleet of 23 ships under that scenario. It's just Tillman does have an impact on the treaty, because what he's going to want is keep construction going, because that allows him to give jobs. And jobs are what matter to Tillman more than anything else, because jobs are how he greases the wheel. Take care, Tillman now. Oh, no, I thought it was Tim going around. No, it's not. It's Dave Harrison. Anyway, no, Dave Harrison. Take care. Why are you moving camera? What are you being? Are you focusing in on the dog head? Do you think I'm the dog? This is a corgi. This is me. You call yourself an AI-powered camera? I don't know. Goodness gracious me. Henry Buffer, how happy would the Reichsmarine be if a genie takes all their historical capitals and heavy cruisers and replaces them with 9 Alaskas and 16 inch, takes all their historical capitals and heavy cruisers and replaces them with 9 Alaskas with 16-inch guns? Ecstatic. How they probably use them? Much as they did originally. Honestly, the thing is, there is still, even if they've got the Alaskas with 9 16-inch guns, they are still going to be in trouble, because they still have to deal with the volume of firepower the British have. They're going to be far more capable. Okay, they are going to be a lot more capable vessels, and don't get me wrong, they're going to be very capable. The Alaska class, it would be a battle cruiser kind of scenario, but, you know, let's see, they have a top speed of 33 knots. They have a range of 12,000 nautical miles at 15 knots. They are a very well-armed vessel. If they have 6 16-inch... Honestly, they've got 9 12-inch originally, so they've got 6 16-inch guns. They are going to have to go up a bit in size, but not as much as people think. They're already 30,000 tons in standard, so they would probably have to go up to roughly 34,000 tons in standard, which is still going to be less than an Iowa class. Because that's 48,000 tons. Well, nearly 49,000 tons in standard. Honestly, they're going to be very useful, very capable ships. Probably cause the British a lot of trouble. But if they are also building those, the British will react. Because you've said if a genie replaces them, at what point do they replace them? When do the Germans actually have 9 ships? That's the trouble. Just before the Bismarck operation, I suppose. Did they have 9 ships at that point? Hang on, isn't one of the hippers already gone?
Brain engage, brain engage, brain engage. Blucher has already gone at that point. No. At that point, they have 4 and 4, so they have. And hang on, Seydlitz and Lutzow were never commissioned. Hang on, they've lost the Grass Bay. Deutschland is now the Lutzow. Scheer is still around, so they have those 2. They have 2. The most they ever have in terms of heavy cruisers and capital ships is 8 in theory, unless you're including light cruisers, which if you're replacing those as well, honestly, that's I know it's 8 is not much better. It is not any worse really for the British than 9, but you know, it's 1 less. What the British do, what does everyone do, is just build ships to match them. Honestly, the RN probably at that point starts churning out. Honestly, Lion class will get finished off. That's the thing. The Lion class will suddenly be. We suddenly fix a 16-inch gun and they'll be churned out like anything. That's the only response the British can really do, as well as carriers. But the 16-inch Lion class will be churned because the British doctrine is to always have a fast capital ship with a carrier and a task force hunting a surface raider, so that the fast capital ship can do the fast capital ship's work. In the camera's defense, the Corgi is wearing sunglasses. I agree, but still. Reichsmarine would be very happy, but at no point do they have 9 capitals and heavy cruisers in service. Because the Bluchers lost in 1940, the Graf Spey's lost in 1939. I think. Yeah, it is 1939. Brain is worrying. Yeah, it is lost in 17th December 1959. So they lose those 2 quite early on, which gives them... And the Lutzow and Seydlitz are never completed of the Hippers. So they have 2 Hippers, 2 Deutschlands. Deutschland becoming Lutzow, and Scheer staying in service. So they have 4 heavy cruisers. And at one point when Tirpitz is in working up, process of testing, etc. after commissioning, because they do their testing after they've commissioned, not before. When Bismarck goes out to sea. Yeah. And then there's Scharnhorst and Eisenhower still not knocking around. So yeah, the most they ever have is 8. Capital ships and heavy cruisers. Nice to go front. Do River class, Lock class, and Bay class frigates make sense in environment? Honestly, the River class, Lock class, and Bay class are not built according to the tonnages of, and this is the same with the Flower class. So you've got increased tonnages going around, these ideas of increased tonnages. They are built to the tonnage which is the maximum a certain volume of yards can build, and they are built to semi-commercial lines. So whilst they're still being built on those standard practices and those practices, even though they're frigates are more navalized than corvettes, they are probably not going to change, and they are being built for volume of anti-submarine warfare vessels, not for warfighting in terms of fleet operations. Look at how they're deployed, how they're used. They are built to be the convoy escorts, to be the ships providing the wider group of anti-submarine warfare capability for amphibious task groups, etc. They are not built. It's not a war. It's not a primary war fighter. That's destroyers still at that point. So destroyers will be more affected. Sloops will probably be affected to an extent, but I doubt the frigates and corvettes will be affected. That's around. If the RN's building that, everyone will be building as well. If the RN's doing, that's just going to be the case of the moment the British are laying that down, everyone else is going to look at outside and probably go to that size as well. If not, get there first. Because the British weren't always the first to get the large ships. In destroyers cases, the British were happy with their destroyer designs and were building their destroyer designs for them, not for others. So the British often bucked the trend, or set the trend, depending on what they're feeling like. Calvin Gusberg, I don't know who's attributed the Germans had to be bombed into submission every 50 years, because that's not actually correct, is it? Let's be honest, World War I, they're not bombed into submission because they're starved into submission. And World War II, again, they're not bombed into submission, they're actually conquered. This time they're physically conquered. So I'm not sure who said it, but I'm probably if anyone did, it would be an air power theorist who's trying to make a comment to strengthen the case for air power, not reality. Bombing assisted in both wars and had varying levels of impact. But let's be honest, the Germans in World War II are conquered. That's it. There are troops on German soil. Their capital city has been taken. There are foreign armies have taken control of their territory. They have been conquered. In World War One, they give in, surrender just about as they are to be conquered. Because let's be honest, there's the last 100 Days campaign. The next 100 Days campaign would probably see the British Army getting very close, if not into Berlin, at the rate they were advancing and the rate the Germans were starting to disintegrate in front of them. So they've been starved into submission. So I'm not sure who said that quote. I haven't ever heard it before. But not only are they factually incorrect, they are probably making a case which is wrong. Nice to go, everyone. If the Type 42 B1 and Batch 1 and 2 are that heavy, and Type 42 Batch 3 is that heavy, so it's moved from roughly 6,000 tons to roughly 6,500 to 7,000 tons, then the Type 45 would be, well, yes, it would probably be. It would probably be bigger, because the Type 42 would probably be bigger, and the government would probably be given bigger options as an option. Blackmouse, without the low cloud layer at Jutland, how would it affect battle if Zeppelins find the British first, watching them the whole time, reloading positions? I think the Germans pull away. Don't take this the wrong way, but listen to this. The German option was always to avoid battle with the major fleet. They wanted to find a section of the British fleet and take it out. They didn't want to fight the whole fleet. So if the Zeppelins find the Grand Fleet, then I think the High Seas Fleet turns tail for home and gets home fast. So Jutland doesn't happen. That's the scenario. There's no scenario where Germans win Jutland. The sheer volume of firepower and the fact Jellicoe's capabilities mean that he is unlikely to make a mistake, which is going to allow Scheer and Hipper to win Jutland. Their win of Jutland would come from taking out the battlecruiser fleet. If they can't take out the battlecruiser fleet because they can't catch it, then they can't win Jutland. The most they can hope for is to get away when they're dealing with that volume of firepower. As I've said before, and this is the fleets of Jutland, there is a whole video about this, the size of the fleets they're dealing with. The British are turning up with well, even including, and this is the fleets of Jutland, isn't it? If I do that and find that one, I have that details there. I have the if we consider the sheer quantity and volume of ships at Jutland, there are a total of 44 Dreadnought battleships at Jutland, of which the Germans are not providing that many. Find the right note, 7 notes, Alex. Go on, you can do it. There it is. That is. Oh, that's all the gun notes. I need the shit notes. There you go. So, the British have got 28 Dreadnought battleships at Jutland. The Germans have 16. The British have 9 battlecruisers at Jutland. The Germans have 5. The Germans have 6 what we would call pre-Dreadnought, I would normally call Sovereign-style battleships. So at Jutland, the Germans bring a total of 27 capital ships.
So the Germans bring less capital ships to the battle than the British bring dreadnought battleships. The British have more resources sitting off the table, not involved in the battle, than, frankly, almost half the German fleet at the battle. And so, for the Germans to win Jutland, their scenario is always you have to find cut off a section of the Royal Navy's of the Grand Fleet and annihilate it in detail and get away. Because the moment you're in any scenario where you're engaging in a long fight with the sheer quantity of resources the British have, attrition is tend to going to favour the British, because they're starting out with a lot more to begin with, and a lot more modern ships, because again, the Germans we're talking about are pre-dreadnoughts. And the fact is, there are a lot of 15-inch gun ships at Jutland. The Germans don't have a lot of them. You know, if I go to the gun spreadsheet, which I have for Jutland, the British have Malaya, Revenge, Valiant, Barham, Royal Oak, Warspite, all at the battle. They have Queen Elizabeth is in service after returning from Dardanelles. Royal Sovereign is left behind due to crew inexperience. Resolution was fitting out, and Ramillies was launched on the 12th of June 1916. So, you know, that's what they have available. The Germans, in contrast, at the battle, they have none of their bigger ships. They just don't. They have the Koenigs. There. They're their big ships of the battle. The Baden class, or Bayern class, I mean, actually. Bayern doesn't commission until the 15th of July 1916, and Baden doesn't commission until the 14th of March 1917. So, at that battle, the Germans are at a serious disadvantage in 15-inch guns, in sort of the heaviest gun caliber. They are at a serious disadvantage also in numbers of ships. So, in any battle which is long-lasting, they are in trouble. Their best methodology at that battle is to hit and run, which is what they do, and to get away from the overwhelming force of the British. To use their slightly longer range of their guns to their advantage. But it's not a long enough range to give them an advantage for long, if that makes sense. So, yeah. Jutland doesn't really change. If you have Zeppelins there or anything there, because having more information means, in the nicest way, Scheer and Hipper will look at that information, get that information going, the Grand Fleet is bearing down on you, and go, we're getting out of here. Stafford, what would the Type 83 look like if they used the Renown as a template, with the theoretical candy guns and halos? Massive, but useful. And probably you would be talking about 192 VLS tubes. Henry, if in the near future a large shipment of tea headed for the UK ends up in the sea, not by the US citizen, could that motivate UK politicians to better fund equip the UK Navy? Probably not, sadly. I think most of our politicians have shifted over to being coffee drinkers over the years. I don't think I've seen one drinking a cup of tea in a long time on a TV screen. They usually seem to be drinking coffee or water or something else. No, sorry. How quickly? Well, if the Royal Navy is building bigger ships, everyone else will be building bigger ships. So if the Royal Navy wants a bigger ship, then that will probably not affect the Horizon project because they'll all probably want bigger ships. That makes sense because, nice way, Britain won't be building bigger ships in isolation. Everyone else will be building bigger ships as well. So that's one of your questions. Which when I know why you're asking the questions, but the moment you think about it and go through it, you think through. Well, if Britain's building a bigger ship, the rest of the world will be building a bigger ship because it doesn't happen in isolation. Britain's not building its bigger ships. No one's taking notice of it and going, oh, they're building bigger. Why are they building bigger? Oh, no, we're going to keep building those ones this size. No, they're all going to be building bigger. Runon, can you be bribed to go look at the meme chat while live, and how expensive would such a bribe be? The fact you're even asking me how expensive such a bribe would be makes me worried to go look at the meme chat. See, if you just asked me, can you look at the meme chat, I'd have probably just gone and looked at it. Now you're suggesting I need a bribe for it, I'm worried. Although, in meme terms, there is actually a good one which has been sent to me, and I wasn't going to forget this, but I am liking this. There you go. If I go to that, and I go unlock. Preset free, I think. And I do that. Upon my order as a naval officer, HMS Unicorn is not an aircraft carrier. Admiral Henderson. I like that. I like that one. I'm getting good. The thing is, this is the joy of having a working printer. I can print out memes and stick them up on my wall. Which I will do at some point. My plan is to have this as a network printer once we're in a new place, and have a colour printer as well set up as a network printer, so that me and my sister don't have to worry about printers. This already works as a network printer off the Wi-Fi, which is quite useful. Or does make me worried about what it might actually start printing at certain points. Draconite, assuming the I-400 completely built out and armed with V1 instead of seaplanes, what city could they target? Sorry, things built. If they're armed with V1s, San Francisco. Let's be honest, just go for the big coastal cities. Just go make Seattle and San Francisco would be the ones I would go for. Just the easy ones to get at, you know where they are, and start hitting them. And just really wind them up, because the Americans will then have to shift resources to defend them. Makes right. That's the sailing ship that's never used, right? No, that's the aircraft carrier, but there is a sailing ship as well, which officially was never used, but did actually take the surrender of submarine. I seem to remember from my top back of my head. Safa Thompson, would a trip to the National Arsenal for Small Arms, the RN episode of the RN Navy episode, be out of question to help grow the channel? Perhaps having a firing demo on selected pieces. National Arsenal. You talking about? Ooh. I have to check if there's actually a firing one. I don't think there's a firing range still at the Royal Arsenal in Woolwich that you can use for testing these things. There is a museum there. And there is a few other things there at the Arsenal. But I don't think there's a space where you can fire weapons still there. No, so... And, if anyone wants to know what one of my personal dreams is to some way do, it's to someday rebuild a model railway based on the Royal Arsenal Railway. I'd love to do that because they have some of the coolest looking trains running through the Arsenal.
The fact they had their own little railway just cool to me. It's a cool little. It's a cool little thing. Anyway. More iron brew. How much bigger do destroyer escorts get in an environment where 2,000 to 3,000 ton destroyers are running around? Yeah, probably talking about 2 to 3. The destroyer escorts being roughly 2,000 tons. The destroyers will be closer to 3,000 tons, and the destroyer escorts will be roughly 2,000 tons. Probably the same as sloops will be. They'll probably grow size because they'll need to be bigger. Because they'll need to carry out. They're still going to be fitted with the destroyer level armament. So you'd see the sloops be fitted with that level armament as well. And I only picked 9 ships, so it could be 3 groups for free, 18 guns for a group. Let's say they go instead of Bismarck. That's going to be a very problematic thing for the British to deal with, but the British will deal with that. It's just going to be a case of, as I've said before, the scenario the British deal with is if you are if you are out in packs of 1, we're out in packs of 2. If you're out in packs of 2, we're out in packs of 3. If you're out in packs of 3, we're out in packs of 4. Now, it's going to be interesting what those packs of 4 do, but with aircraft carriers, if you can hit something and slow it down, that's going to draw a stroll. The main issue they're going to cause is the disruption of the convoys. Disruption to movement of convoys. And again, Alaska class are lovely, don't get me wrong, but they only have a 9-inch belt, which fins to 5-inch at certain points. So they don't want to fight a 15-inch R-class either. So one of those sitting with a convoy can cause damage. So they're still going to have a glass jaw. So those ships are still going to have an issue because they're cruisers. Well, I don't think he's promoted to... What point is Somerville promoted from Vice Admiral to Admiral? James Somerville. He's promoted to acting admiral. And then he's promoted to admiral on the retired list in 1942. Huh. Yeah. So, let's answer the questions and then get to the Somerville question. 1981. If the Type 42s of Falklands War were that much heavier, how much better chance do they have than they did historically? Hopefully they have actually got some more weapons to take advantage of that weight. So if they've got the same weapons historically, they're still going to be in the same situation. If they've got improved weapons fit to go with their increased size, then yeah, they'll do better. Peter O'Connell, if Japan and okay, Knights of Run. Halfway point. So, question 32. Would it be correct that Germany going from building destroyers at 1,350 to a 1998 gap was too far too fast? Honestly, Knights of Run, the trouble for Germany is the Versailles Treaty. And there are destroyers in between those destroyers. You have to consider the Type 23 class, aren't they? That's the Type 24. We've got a Type 23s, Type 24s, they're torpedo boats. Reichsmarine. They are less restricted to 10,000 tons. They're destroyers. They were allowed 12 destroyers. Okay, and what were they? They were allowed to build. Alright, so Type 23 and Type 24s they build. So that's the trouble. It's later than that. It's Type 24. They've only built some just which are 933 tons. They're Type 24 and Type 23 torpedo boats, which at the time were called destroyers and then are reclassified as torpedo boats. Honestly, they are absolutely The Treaty of Versailles does an absolute to the German Navy. They're restricted to 15,000 personnel. They have no submarines. They're limited to 6 pre-dreadnought battleships, which can only be replaced by vessels up to 10,000 tons. They're restricted to 6 light cruisers, 12 destroyers, and 12 torpedo boats. And they don't really get much. It's really not good for them. Oosh. What is the rank of Somerville Mirza Kabir? Vice Admiral on the retired list, technically. But he is promoted to Admiral on the retired list in 1942. But I think he was acting Admiral before then. I have a feeling he was promoted acting Admiral. But I'm not sure when. He commands the battle cruiser squadron as 1940 to June to August 1940. He is retired, medically unfit in 39. That he flies from post of Commander-in-Chief East Indies. He's a good officer. But, yeah, he is Admiral on the retired list in the Eastern Fleet. Someone's now deluded themselves into thinking they're actually searching for the illustrious. Huh? Where did that come from? What's happened? What's going on? I should look at the Bill of Trump's memes. I will look at them in a second. Peter O'Connell. If Japan had avoided attacking US and British bases in the Pacific when initiating their southern resource zone campaign, do you think the Allies, e.g., Philippines, would have interfered? Look, if you're considering who they're attacking, if they attack the Dutch, they're allied with the British because they're the Free Dutch, and they are allied with the British already. fighting the Germans. So they can't attack the Dutch East Indies. They can take France, but they already take the French territories with no one telling them off, because as much as they protest, they're not really going to do much about it. And the Vietnam isn't, and that sort of French Indochina isn't technically part of the Free French at that point, from my memory. If they attack the Philippines at this time, they're an American protectorate with American bases on there, so you can't avoid attacking American bases. So basically, there is nowhere in the southern resource zone you can go without bashing into either British Empire, the Americans, or allies of both. So you just can't do it, really. Is there iron brew flavoured ice cream? I think so. Stav Thompson, if development of a capital class stealth turret was needed, could they cut and paste the Zumwalt shields, or would they? It could do sorts of things, but honestly, if you're dealing with a capital class gun and you're looking for a stealth turret, it's going to be massive, and there's going to be an argument whether it's going to work or not, because once you're dealing with weapons that size, yeah, subtlety is not the other capability. Somerville is about 6% down page. Thank you. Let's go to 60% down page. Admiral, they put it at Admiral, Vice Admiral retired. Yeah, but they don't. There is Admiral retired. There's no appointment listed. Whereas if you go to this one, Daniel, it does show some of his details, and it does show the archive records, which is why I tend to use that one. But yeah, it's interesting. I know he was acting before he was promoted, but I can't find a date for him being made acting admiral, so we're going to presume vice. He was definitely vice admiral at Mirza al-Kabir. No, sir, would it be correct that post-World War I the Iron would be building the Amazon and the Ambuscade, if not for the unrealistic design limit on destroyers? They were probably working from those designs, but they were test designs when they were made, so they're not quite there yet. They're not quite there yet. Let's check on the Discord, because I have to apparently go check this. Oh, good lord, this could be fun. Oh, good lord, Discord is active. It's going to be scary. If any of you start pinging me on Discord now, this is just going to be problematic. Okay. Definitely okay. Right then, let's go down to the Buildertrons memes. Oh, that's not necessarily that there are a disturbingly large number of ones of me appearing. This is worrying. Smug dog reaction. Where did they find that one? And oh, good lord, my beard looks nicely trimmed at that point. So that must be a few years ago, because a few months ago, it's been letting my hair grow out a bit more. Okay. Oh, good lord. Oh, dang. Where did I do that? Oh, good lord. I've been searching the shorts. Yeah, I do it like... Oh, good. Good lord, there's one from tonight, I think. Yes, there's one from the night. Oh, good lord, where am I doing the head in this thing? Okay, so there are memes appearing. That could be useful, that could be good, or that could be worrying. We'll leave that to one side. Apparently I wear my blue shirts a lot. I got told this by my mum, who's going through my shorts and going, you know, you keep wearing your blue smart shirts. And I'm going, yes. How many of those do you have? Well, I did the same I always do when I find a smart shirt I like. I bought 3 in every colour I liked. So I've got 3 of the orange shirts, 3 of the blue shirts, and 3 of the black shirts of that kind. Of that one. So you're telling me you've got 9 smart shirts from that? Yes, Mum. Because it works that way, and that way I always have them available when I want them. And did you go into any store to buy this? No, they're all bought from Amazon. They work, they look very smart, and they do for TV work. Don't worry about that. Okay. Nice one. If the rendezvous into water shrines are 16 to 1800 plus... It's useful everywhere, because you can do more with that tonnage. Let's be honest, if you've got anything up to 3,000 tons, you can still use it for Royal Navy style destroyer actions used in World War II. Without any blinking or any change. But you're going to be able to carry a lot more firepower, a lot more torpedoes, and you're going to be able to fit there. You're going to be making less of a choice. So we've been talking about the tribals here, but if you've got 3,000 odd tons, if you decide to forgo the torpedo loading system, you could probably make pretty much every destroyer have at least 3 twin 4.5-inch dual-purpose turrets and 10 torpedoes in 2 quintuple launchers without any too much effort, and have the anti-submarine warfare system. And if you really stretched things, and I mean really stretched things in terms of what you counted as actual standard tonnage versus full load, you could probably get some autoloaders in there. Yeah, there is the 3 shirts for each colour, because yeah. And I have 4 white shirts as a guaranteed capability. And that explains how I end up with having an entire total, not too proud, of 16 smart shirts. That fit me, and that I will rotate through when I need to use them. This is because sometimes in my life I do need to be wearing a smart shirt every single day. And I need spares, and it's for about a 2-week period. I need to be in a smart shirt every single day. And I'm usually staying in a school with limited washing capabilities, because this is usually for a Justin Craig course. In which case, I will have I will have clean shirts in the boot of my car. I will have them stored in packs of 4, and every time, and I will also have my washing in my car. And I basically every day I put all my washing in the car, so it's in the car, so it's not gonna make up my room a mess, and it's there to go home. And I get out the shirts I need them to make sure I have them. So I have those shirts for about roughly 2 weeks, and I have spares in case something happens, which requires me to have randomly produce an extra shirt. Oh, good lord. Yeah. My Japan attacking the Allies question rephrased. Would isolationist America have permitted Roosevelt to declare war if the US hadn't been attacked? Same for the hard-pressed UK. Yes. Because America is not as isolationist as it's marked out. Isolationist means we don't want to get involved in a European war. But as far as the Pacific goes, that's their area of interest, if that makes sense. Which is why they've been, they've allowed sanctions through on Japan, etc., and all the other things. It's the classic case of Europe can burn, but the Pacific is our backyard at this point. And let's be honest, it's mainly thanks to Germany declaring war that makes Roosevelt's job on Europe easy. In the nicest way, if Hitler hadn't declared war, Roosevelt could well have found himself allowed to fight the war in the Pacific and not get involved in war in Europe because of the way the government was, the politicians and especially the Senate was split. Listen, if the Hunt-class escort destroyer were that, well, they'd be bigger. How much bigger? Probably roughly to the ratio they were originally. That would be roughly. It's going to be roughly the ratio they were originally. Because, again, they're growing because of what you want to do with the hulls. Stafford Thompson. As the new Royal Navy has taken the general hull silhouette of the Batch 2 rivers, as the Royal Navy, based on Brazil's batch, when was? No. You're getting into. Let me put it this way. Yes, there are sort of similarities, but I wouldn't. The silhouette is not the defining thing. The Batch 2 shape was defined by some needs, which were similar to the needs which the Brazilians needed, which is why they're similar. But you have to be very careful when looking at the outside of ships these days. The outside tends to be shaped by, we're going to be operating this conditions, we need to carry this much stuff, boom. It's the insides of ships which make the differences in costs and capabilities. Sadly. Otherwise, it'd all be far more beautiful. Let's say wrong. Would the Type 21 need to be... Yes, they need to be bigger. They would need to be bigger. And hopefully better armed, and hopefully maybe not made of aluminium. Hendrik Bofa. If Germany tried with 9 Scharnhorst with 6... Okay, where are they getting the 16-inch guns from? That's the first question, because Germany is developing a 16-inch gun, yes, and we're going to see one up in Norway, but that's years later in the war. That's years after Scharnhorst appears. So they've had to do a lot of work in their infrastructure. And here's the first thing. If they are getting 9 Scharnhorst with 6 16-inch guns each, the thing is that's going to be so visible, seen so far much coming, that the British and the British are going to have responded, and other people are going to have responded first. Okay? This is the point I was making, is that in the same time the Germans produce 4 battleships in the course of the war, in less time than that, the British refurbish some of their older battleships and build all the King George V's and HMS Vanguard and start the Lions. At one point, the British have about 10 battleships in construction and about another 4-5 capital ships in various states of advanced refit / modernization. This is the reality for the Germans. So if you are doing that, if Germany tries with 9 Scharnhorst, they're going to have to start building earlier to get 9 Scharnhorst into the war in time to actually be useful. So you've got basically 3 yards which you can build to. So you're not building a carrier, you're not building Bismarck and Turbets, you are building those. So you are basically starting, if you want to have them all in service by 1941, you are pretty much starting 1935-ish.
Possibly due to the pace of construction. 1934. Yeah, the Charnos were originally started in 1935 anyway, and they built two of them. So you want to get free. You've got more infrastructure, more requirements on their infrastructure. The existing infrastructure needs to be upgraded. Development. You're going to have to start working on a 16-inch gun back in 1933 to have a chance. Probably 32, 31, 32. So under a very different government regime. You're probably going to have to start building those ships in 1934. And the thing is, in your pace, you're suddenly building 3 of them. Building 3 of 1934. If you consider the Germans started Scharnhorst and Gneisenau in 1935, and Scharnhorst and Gneisenau are commissioned in 1938 and 1939. Gneisenau in 1938 isn't actually properly in service till roughly the beginning of 1939, and Scharnhorst is about another 6 months afterwards, because the Germans commission their ships before they've gone through all their testing and workup and all that thing. So it's the reverse of what the British and the Americans do. So that's going to delay it back. So in effect, they actually take, let's say, 3.5 years to build. So actually, if you're talking 1934 at least, and the British are going to respond in that time. So what's going to happen is you're going to deal with the scenario the British are lay down as it was. They make the decision on the King George V and lay them down. The King George V's are laid down in 1936. If the Germans are laying down 3 16-inch gun battleships in 1934, the British are going to not be laying down 14-inch gun King George V's in 36. They're going to be 16-inch gun ships, and they're going to build them fast. So yes, you will probably find yourself dealing with, if you've got 9 Scharnhorst in service, you will have to expect the British will be going, hang on, they're building 3, we'll build 5 or more, because the British will go, they're building 3, so we need to build, 6 to counter that? And then they're building another 3. Okay, we need to build another 6. And another 6. And the British can afford it. In 1930s, they will, in late 1930s, they will match, they will afford it. So you could find yourself dealing with the British having 9 16-inch gun battleships, not 6 16-inch gun battleships. And that's going to be a problem. And probably aircraft carriers to match in with it. Because again, you're increasing the threat level. So yes, Germany's going to have a far stronger force, but the responding force is going to be far greater, even beyond their ability to deal with. Nurses, I love that your mom goes, oh yeah, in the nicest way I did turn around and point out to my mum that she has 8 of the same cardigan, just in different colours. And she went, well yes, but they're a nice design. I went, we're exactly the same, I'm just descended from you. We're all descended from Grandad. Or Gangi, as we tend to call them in our family. And yeah. There is a similarity going on here. You're literally a living comic character. Yeah, but I don't mind it. Thanks for multiple thoughtful comments. Seems Roosevelt wanted to fight Germany. He thought his economic sanctions had neutralized Japan. No, he thought Japan was going to do something stupid, and then the fleet from Pearl Harbor would smash them. Yeah. It's fun. I don't know, Melanie 1640.
Andrew Buffer, chat question. Best layout for a 100,000-ton battleship? I've built one on my UAD stream. That's currently going on in the thing. It's a 107,000-ton, actually, to be honest. But it's got 16.5-inch guns in 4 quad turrets. It's basically what I call floating Armageddon, or geographical rearranger. And it's very nice. I love it. It's also got lots and lots of 6-inch guns. That's fun. If Exeter had been a 9.2-inch armed cruiser, how much more damage could she do in IJN for second battle of Java Sea? Well, the IJN cruisers would be 9.2-inch gun cruisers if Exeter was. That's the whole point of the treaty system. So if the British were building 9.2-inch gun cruisers, then everyone else would be building 9.2-inch gun cruisers. Or they might actually even have 10-inch gun cruisers, because we pointed out in the past, the British were building 7.5-inch gun cruisers, they rounded up to 10-inch. They rounded up to 8-inch. If the British had been building 9.2-inch gun cruisers, some bright spark might have rounded up to 10 inches. Or at least 9.5 inches. Or something which is around point in millimeters. Because 9.2 inches is 233 millimeters, so probably... I'm guessing they would go for 250 millimeters or 9.8 inches. That's the limit, or possibly, well, you could go, huh? Or 254 millimeters, or 10 inches. They might go for that. It's going to be an interesting scenario as to what they go for. So it's going to be much the same, because the guns are just going to be slightly more powerful, and they're still going to have the issues of the fact that the crew has been sent out there to work up because the ship was decommissioned in order to be repaired after River Plate, so all their good crew have gone elsewhere, and they've now got a new crew aboard who's learning how to use the system, how to make the systems work, etc. It's changed, and that's the scenario. That's the problem for Exeter at Java Sea is outnumbered, and her crew are not as experienced as they had been previously, even though they've got better sensors. So that's their problems. Changing the guns on all sides doesn't matter. The 24 centimeter is turned to 9.4 inch. Perhaps they go with that one, but I have a feeling it'll be 9.2. That's the scenario they're going for. No, Megathrow, it's 4 quad 16.5-inch guns. So the rate of fire means that your 18-inch ship would be swamped. Absolutely swamped. That's the whole thing. The rate of fire of those 16.5-inch guns. James Morrison, are there any major reforms the Royal Navy was not doing in 1930s that it should have been? I don't know, any navies were not doing. Honestly, not really. They're mostly keeping up with what they need to do. As said, the thing I would change about the Royal Navy is the 4.5-inch gun and its prevalence, but that's, again, a scenario which I feel would make it a lot better. Well, yeah, Steve Clarke, let's be honest. If the Kriegsmarine are still building the Deutschland class with 10-inch guns, a maximum 10,000 tons and maximum 11-inch guns, and you've got the fact that, let's say, the British and the limitation on the cruisers for the treaty is 15,000 tons and 9.2-inch guns, so they've got 12 9.2-inch guns for a county-class cruiser. Let's be honest, the Deutschland class are not in any fight. They are out for the count. They do not want to engage anything like that. Because 12 9.2-inch guns versus 6 11-inch guns is not even a fair fight. We have got roughly twice your rate of fire and twice your number of guns. You are going to be dealing with a huge amount of shells coming inbound, And the odds of us hitting something vital is going to be very high. The odds of us turning you into a flaming ball of wreckage before you can your superstructure before you can actually fire anything back to actually hit us is going to be incredibly high. It's Morrison. I'll answer that one. Going to skip the free shots of each colour one. The colour one is right. Nice one. Would it be accurate to say that the York-class cruisers were forced on the Royal Navy and they not really want them? I would certainly say there's a large group of the Royal Navy who did not want them. That's the other different. When were the 8 Danae class to be converted into anti-aircraft cruisers? After they'd finished all the C class. That's going to be how quickly do they get to change the Cs? They're then going to work on the Ds. And then they'll work on the E's, probably. Right on, the Dutch gets a copy of the current Royal Navy fleet in 1939. The fuel styles are converted to match, but munitions cannot be replenished on a one-for-one. Does this change their wartime effectiveness? If they get it in 1939, I'm fairly sure Type 45s could probably wipe out most of the German air attack on the Netherlands. So I doubt any of those fortresses get taken by gliders. And when you consider the range of a 4.5-inch gun, let's see, you know, there's 4.5-inch guns on the modern destroyers and Type 40 and frigates. Let's see, that's let's be honest, they only need their phalanx for air defense, but the Mark 8 naval gun has a range of 27.5 kilometers officially. The Netherlands is how wide? So the Netherlands is interesting when it comes to its size, because it's got quite a lot of areas you can bring those vessels in. So I'm not sure if you can cover all of it, but there's going to be a rather hefty section of Netherlands, especially in the 1939 period, that you can provide a lot of fire support with those 4.5-inch guns from, which could take out pretty much most of the things attacking them. If you can provide air defense and artillery support for enough of the troops, then Germany doesn't get through the Netherlands. And that's before you get the Queen Elizabeth class and the F-35s involved. If you get the Queen Elizabeth class and the F-35s involved, then probably the German armed forces cease to be an operational functioning force about 40 minutes after war is declared. And I only say it's going to take them 40 minutes because it's going to take them that long to load up the F-35s in their maximum unstealthy performance, for unstealthy configuration, to carry the maximum bomb load they can carry, to go and drop those bombs on the required positions. They won't need to use fancy missiles, they won't need to use anything, just bombs will do. Blow up some bridges, blow up some railways. Oh, can you no longer sustain your assault? Oh, goody. Blow up fuel depots. Oh, you've run out of fuel, you've run out of food. What's happened to your armed forces? It would not even be fair. It would not only would it not be fair, it would be an absolute annihilation. And whilst the munitions can't be replenished, by the time the munitions have been used up, I don't think there's much left of the German forces. Nice hearing. Is there any scenario where a cut-price County class makes sense if you actually do build dozens and dozens of them? If you build only 2, it really doesn't make sense. If you build a dozen of them and you go, we've got 12 for the price of, and they actually are 12 for the price of 8 full-price counties, then they start to make sense. If the British had kept up a low-rate production of 16-inch guns like those used on Narrows for shore batteries, what effect would this have on World War II in other countries? Honestly, the first thing it's going to affect is probably if they've been improving the 16-inch gun, which they would have been doing as they've been building it. it's probably going to mean that the King George Fifths have 16-inch guns, because whilst they do, the official reason is they stick with a 14-inch because of treaty reasons. Honestly, they would have switched to the 16-inch if they thought the 16-inch had been ready to go. If you got a 16-inch production, you can change the 16-inch. And as they were originally designed for 3 quadruple turrets, you could fit 3 triple 16-inch turrets on those slots, as they were originally designed and as they were starting being built, rather than the 4-4 and twins. So probably the big change is that King George V's have 16-inch guns, which work, and they don't have the complications of having to manage a quadruple turret. The other scenario they're going to have is you're probably going to have 16-inch guns at Gibraltar. You're probably going to have 16-inch guns along the coast of the UK. You're going to have 16-inch guns all over the place, which are just going to make things a bit more interesting. They have 15-inch guns, remember, at Singapore. That doesn't help because of the lack of the high explosive ammunition and the lack of their angle. But if you kept up a low rate constant production of the 16-inch shells guns, you might well have put some of those at Singapore as well, and you might well have some high explosive shells out there. So that could be useful. That is the problem for the Germans, where the Deutschland class are all they can build. The maximum they have the ability to build and maintain is 11-inch gun, because everything else has been stripped from them, and 10,000 tons is the maximum tonnage they're allowed to build to. And yes, the Deutschland class aren't quite that, but yeah, a little bit larger than that. But you know, they can only go within certain distances of that. They will be. Calm goes back. There is no chance. Let's put it this way. This is the point I was making in the Tillman-Washington Treaty and in lots of Washington treaties. If you improve the Washington Treaty, the nation which suffers most is Germany, because Germany's not restricted by the Washington Treaty. They're restricted by the Treaty of Versailles. And they can go, right then, we're going to build a 15,000-ton ship. Well, it's going to be obvious it's a 15,000-ton ship. This is the trouble. If you're limited to a 10,000-ton ship, you can possibly get away with 10% with about 11,000 tons. You can maybe fake that. But if it's 15,000 tons, it's going to be obvious it's much bigger and more powerful than it needs to be. And they don't have the infrastructure to build more than 11-inch guns. That's what they've been allowed to maintain their pre-dreadnoughts, because they have 11-inch guns. And that's their problem. That's what they are stuck with. So in Calvin-Gausberg, they can want about more. They can't get more because of the Treaty of Versailles and the damage that's done. They can dream of more. But the thing is, if they actually put something out there with something other than 11-inch guns and weighing more than 15,000 tons, if we consider when the Deutschland class enter service, and let's be honest, the Deutschland is launched in 1931, commissioned in April 1933. There is the French don't withdraw. From the Rhineland until June 1930. So, the thing is, the French have only withdrawn from the Rhineland in 1930. The Germans don't remilitarize the Rhineland till 1930. Well, when is it? It is. I'm trying to remember from my memory. 1936. Sort of is the time they and they push in there. They start planning in 1936, and I think they go in 1936, don't they? Yeah. So yeah, what happens very quickly if they launch it, which is bigger, France walks into the Rhineland. That's what France does, and they use the justification of the Treaty of Versailles. And Germany does not want a war with everyone in 1933. They are nowhere near prepared for it. So yeah, Germany's not doing that. And the French in 1933 are not the French in 1936. What can they be? Calming husband. Here's the thing. You're saying would they settle for 20 knot speed? If you want to go faster on the weight, you have to drop something else. So you want to go faster. Great. What are you going to drop to keep it under? Keep it close to 10,000 tons. What are you going to drop? Because as it is, the Deutschland class are 10,800 tons fully loaded, and they sort of get away with that. Their top speed is 28 knots. But if they drop something, do they drop their armor? Do they drop their armor belt's only 3.1 inches? Their deck's only 1.8 inches of thick armor. Their turrets only have 5.5 inches of armor. They have 6 11-inch guns. What are you dropping to get them that extra ton, that extra speed? What are you do? How are you going to get it? So I can understand you going, well, wouldn't they be faster? Well, the nicest way, they're 28 knots in a world where there is Renown, Hood, Repulse, all going around the world, which are well exceed 28 knots. That's their reality. So I don't think they really have much room for maneuver. Congratulations, Blackman Maximus. First part of my 1 to 48 Power of Ours class has been printed. Sam Thompson, do you think Nestle would try to sue if they made HMS M&M for 21st century battle? Probably something. Remember the all-forward design spot? They might go with an all-forward design. They could have gone with an all-forward design. They didn't go with an all-forward design. That's the thing. It's pre-Hitler. They are making the choices themselves, and they're still making this choice. Yes, they go with an all-forward design. Great. They have 6 11-inch guns. Cute. They still have their 5.9-inch in single turrets, their 3.5-inch in single turrets, and their 8 torpedo tubes. You know... Where are you getting the extra tonnage from? Where are you getting the extra speed from? It's not going to help. That's not going to help them much. And getting the Reichsmarine to come with dual-purpose guns is going to be more difficult than anything else, because the Reichsmarine do not seem to understand the concept of dual-purpose guns. They like to have the very specific gun for the task. I love their desire for perfection, but it's just complicating the reality of building their own ships. Henry Brother, what does it mean that a ship could be worth building from modern navies? Ground effect, high speed, stealth carrier, arsenal ship? Honestly, arsenal ship is something which comes up a lot and we discuss it a lot. But I'd say an arsenal ship is only something you want to go through once you've got everything else. Stealth carrier... Again, you're dealing with something which is... in the nicest way, it's easier probably to build a space carrier than as a stealth carrier. Ground effect, high speed. That sounds lovely until you realize the missiles you build are going to be faster than that. Honestly, what needs to be... There's not new designations which need to be built for most navies. What navies need is built more of what they already have. That's the main trouble for most navies, is not having enough ships, not wanting a new system to take up more funds and more training and more issues. They want to have more of what they already have, and probably some uncrewed versions of them. Or support vessels. I think sloops might make a return, or loyal sloops, something like that. Well, you're probably dealing with the 4.5-inch guns of the Royal Navy in the 1920s and 30s, which they were using for anti-aircraft and all sorts of duties. The Mark Fives had an elevation of up to 80 degrees, could fire up to 16 rounds per minute, and had a maximum altitude of 41,000 feet they could aim for, and they could fire to a maximum range of roughly 19 kilometers. It's about 30 meters short of 19 kilometers. So yeah, I think the 4.5-inch gun is perfectly fine for duties. It's once you've got it in the Mark 6 turrets of like HMAS Vampire etc. have, then it's really useful. But it's the Mark 5 gun in the Mark 6 turret, which I do always find funny. It's the 4.5-inch Mark 5 gun in this Mark 6 turret. Cute. Take care, Black Maximus. Would it be wrong to think while the British were planning to build a 15,000, apparently ton 9.2-inch cruiser, they wouldn't start design work until the mid-1920s? They had designs for that at the end of World War One. They chose to go with the design for the 7.5-inch cruiser because they were building something which was more commerce protection orientated to deal with surface raiders, rather than fleet work and large surface raiders. So they were looking for ships which were if you remember, at the end of World War One, what's the big issue they've been coming around? Well, it's things pretending to be merchant ships which are surface raiders. And for them, 7.5-inch guns are good enough, and you can hopefully build more of those ships to cover more areas. But if you're dealing with actual built surface raiders, i.e. something akin to the Deutschland class, you'd want the 9.2-inch guns. So, you know, that's the scenario they're going through their heads. And I'd say, if the Type 12 frigate were 4,000... Basically, the larger a ship is, the easier it is to convert. The larger a ship is, the easier it is to convert, as a rule, because the more tonnage you have to play with. The more you have options for things to remove, the more you tend to sometimes have unused tonnage to use with. And when I said 45 minutes, they're going to need some time to wake up, get a shower, have breakfast. Give me a couple of hours. No, the Dutch are usually fairly proficient in fighting wars. There's a reason I put Duncan at the same level as Nelson and many others do of the era, because Duncan spent his time fighting the Dutch, and fighting the Dutch they are a very competent navy. They might not be the same mass as the French and the Spanish Navy, but by that time, they are a very competent navy. There's a whole discussion of various nicknames for the gentleman who ran Germany. Again, the reason I'm not saying the name is the moment you use the name, YouTube gets funny over a video. So I'm just going to avoid it if I don't have to. Mainly because I get fed up with doing that paperwork. Oh, good lord. Right, it is now 20 to midnight, and I did promise my family I would be in by midnight. So I'm going to deal with the last questions. And then I'm probably going to say toodles to you all, and sorry we didn't get to books today. But I have caught up the questions, I think, finally. Blackburn Maximus, how would it change things if the Canadians and Australians each built 8 Hawkins, 8 Counties, 8 Town Class, and 8 Crown Colony, and an 8 light carrier as base of Unicorn starting after war is declared? It's very useful, but it is going to be interesting from a point of view you're going to have to adjust tonnages the whole way through for the treaties. Because if they're building that many ships, then that's going to affect things. It does give the British, if they're building 8, each building, if the British have now got, let's see, 16 Hawkins plus the 4-ish the British are operating, that's 20 Hawkins available.
20 odd counties plus 16. That's going to be roughly 36 counties in the service. That's useful. The town class, again, that's going to be 16 added onto the ones they have, which is going to be a nice number, and 16 crown colonies, and then 16 more unicorns. That's amazing. But also, what's amazing is going to be the infrastructure they're going to have. To support that, to build all that, the infrastructure that Canada and Australia is going to have is going to be very useful and very impressive. And frankly, it's going to rapidly multiply their ability to build escorts and smaller ships, which is going to have an impact on knock-on impact on the rest of the war. It's also going to mean there's going to be a lot more carriers available for operations. Oh, I agree, KVG. It gets every knot gets more precious. But again, the county class, you have to remember, the county class 8-inch cruisers were things the Deutschland class were told to avoid and avoided at all costs. So if you've got 31 and they've got 31.5 knots speed. So it's again, I understand where you're coming from, but the Germans are literally reaching with the Deutschland class the limits of what they can build under treaty limitations and their infrastructure at the time. Remember, they build the Deutschlands to grow their infrastructure so they can then build the Scharnhorst. And they still haven't got, when they build the Scharnhorst, they're still limited in their gun infrastructure to getting the 11-inch guns, which is why they go with 9 11-inch guns. They'd love to have 15-inch guns. They'd love to have bigger guns, but they don't have them available. Their infrastructure hasn't got to the level which they can produce them to the level they need them for their for the ships to actually be viable. They get them there by the time the Bismarcks are launched. And it's too late for them to be refitted to the Scharnhorst, so they're going around with 9 11-inch guns. The Germans, and I've said this before and I'll say this again, the British go into the Treaty of Versailles with one aim: cripple the maritime and naval infrastructure of Germany. They succeed. Every single problem you see in the German Navy in World War II can be traced back to two sources. One, the Treaty of Versailles and the British crippling their infrastructure through that. And two, the fact that the Germany doesn't have enough time to prepare for war because the mustachioed nincompoop doesn't seem to understand the Navy needs more time to prepare for war and keeps gambling because his nature is to gamble. Because he's a politician and he does everything on a gamble. He always believes his own ego and always believes his own press. And so he ends up fighting a war in 1939 when he promised the war would not be to the Italians, the war wouldn't start until 1942, and really the German fleet was supposed to plan Z, let's be honest, had no chance of being ready before 1952. If then, with their infrastructure investment. Because the Army and the Air Force were getting the lion's share of the funding. So, the reality is, the German Navy might want better, the German Navy might have plans for better, but whether the German Navy can get any better is not down to anything they can control, because it's all being done by outside forces. And that's the problem for the Germans. And this is why whenever we talk about the Washington Treaty or changing the Washington Treaty in any way that improves it, or the London Treaty in any way that improves it, or any of those scenarios which actually gives more freedom to the powers and gives them slightly more construction, crushes the Germans. Because it's the Treaty of Versailles and what the British had sought to do it. Because when the British wanted to crush the German maritime industry, guess what? The French, everyone was on their side for it. And even the Americans weren't going to hold up, because the only way the Americans could ever convince the French not to go maximum hard line in the Treaty of Versailles was when the British sided with them. So all the British had to do to get the German maritime infrastructure destroyed was to not get in the way of the French. And the fact is, they did more than that. They actually encouraged the French. They actually supported it. It was pretty much the sole issue the British wanted to crush the Germans on. If you can think of that, you're talking about one of the major powers is happy to go along with everyone else on pretty much every other issue with only minimal resistance if they, believe it should be better treated and more humane, etc., other than one issue. That's the effect of the Treaty of Versailles. That's what they do. Well, the Deutschland class weren't that, though.
The Deutschland class were not 40. They were 14,000 ton fully loaded, but they're 10,000 tons, 800 tons in standard. Carl Gasper, they can take a lot of fuel. They can take a lot of water. They are not that. They are 10,800 tons in standard. And the other thing you have to remember is their yards are being regularly inspected at this point. So, no. It's just... It's not. You have this... You have hope in your heart. And I can see where it comes from. But, frankly, it ain't going to happen. There is no scenario where the Deutschland class, other than the Treaty of Versailles being rewritten, where the Deutschland class is any better than they actually are. Because it's standard displacement we're talking about. If you're talking about the counties in terms of full displacement, they're 14,000 tons fully loaded. So the thing is, the Deutschland class are 14,000 tons fully loaded. The counties are 14,000 tons average fully loaded, and please note the average fully loaded there. There is some scenario changes, and that's, you know, if we're talking about a scenario where the Royal Navy's allowed 15,000 tons or 12,000 tons, and 12,000 tons they get 12 8-inch guns. Great, 15,000 tons they could have 12 9.2-inch guns if that's allowed by treaty. That's great. The Germans don't get any more. The British then at that point, if you're talking, if you consider it's 10,000 tons standard, 14,000 tons average load. If you were allowed a vessel up to 15,000 tons and it's got the 12 9.2-inch guns, great. That's probably going to be 19 to 20,000 tons fully loaded. And that's the reality of what they're facing. And yeah, they can build the Deutschland class to that limit, to the limits they still were, because they're not. It's not the Washington Treaty which helps them. It's the Treaty of Versailles which limits them. And in 1931, 32, 33, 34. There is nothing they can do about it. Absolutely nothing. And yes, of course, Carl Gasberg, as well as that, you have to remember the counties had those armor plates in warehouses. So let's be honest, and the British could get away with that. The Germans couldn't. The Germans were being watched like hawks at this point. They start to get things, as the French start to break down, as other things start to break down around them, they take advantage of it and grow up. As Japan gets more of an issue, as other people get distracted with elsewhere going on, they get away with more. But there are limits. Sadly, there's no real platform built around being an all-gun system today. Anyway, I'm going to end the Q&A in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it'll be gone. So let's watch that. Yes, nice. On that bigger hull, you could get Ikra, XZ, or Seawolf without having to sacrifice the 4.5-inch gun, which would be good for HMS Penelope. I'm pretty sure the S in Versailles is silent, probably, but I sometimes call it the Treaty of Versailles because because I'm just emphasizing it. Yeah, it's just. So, books next week, hopefully. Yeah, I hope the books next week. Actually, by next week, I might be able to get this, which is something which Paul Amos has very kindly sent to me. And I won't get a letter up, but it is this. Brown Signaling, and it's from 1932, from memory. And I flicked open it, yes. 1931, International Code of Signals. Not that far off. So it's a really cool book. I'm keeping it in its thing to keep it safely and protected. It's now sitting out here safely. And other book I was going to get to today, because I thought you all might deal with a reminder of this, because it's always a good one. Chronology of the War at Sea. By Jürgen Rohr. Always a good book. So that was on the plans for today, but we didn't get there. We'll get there sometime. We'll get there at some point. Thank you, Paul Amos. Thank you, Team Locker. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, Abzassi. Thank you, everyone who's been watching. Thank you, Peter O'Connell, Knight 6H1, Just Fonk. Thank you, Paul Amos, Calvin Gasberg. Yeah, basically, Carl, I understand why you, as I said earlier, I understand why you want and think they should be better, but the trouble is the reason they are is not because of what the German Navy wants to. The Reichsmarine would like better ships. They're limited by their infrastructure, by treaty and politics and funding and all sorts of things, which stop them getting better ships than that. They are a good baseline for what they get to. Show the first book again. Okay. There's the first book again. Brown Signaling, The International Guide of Signals from 1931. Thank you, Runon. Thank you, Melanie1640. Thank you, Inns Morrison. Thank you, everyone who's been watching. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you, Steve Clarke. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, DG40. Thank you, Peter O'Connor. I think I said that, but I will say it again. Blackman Maxwell, thank you for watching. Tim O'Neill, thank you. Thank you, Just Funk. Thank you, Drakenred. Thank you, Richards. Thank you, Stafford, Dan, everyone who's been on. It won't get me higher than that. I do love it. This is a joy. So the live chat will not take me higher than that. But let's see if I can get higher on this. I can get higher on another one. Thank you, OBS. Thank you, Mark Harkness. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Dave Harrison. Thank you, Mole's Revenge. Thank you, everyone who's been watching. Megashcro. Thank you, Seneca Nero. Thank you, all the admins who've been on, helping out with the chat, doing the admin duty. Thank you. Timmy Locker. Captain Banjo. Thank you. Danny Wright. Thank you. And thank you, everyone who's been chatting away. Thank you, everyone who supported. Vida Williams. Oh, you have a whole load of questions in the chat. Oh, good lord, VM Williams. I must have missed all those. Please, I'm going to reiterate, and I've said this a lot, put the questions in the question system, because then I will spot them and I won't lose them. Because I lost them completely on this version. It's this version which I'm actually going to... Thank you, Digman88. Thank you, Duke Betchington. Thank you, Blackburn Maximus. Thank you, everyone. And it's even then, it's got as high as 8. What chat was sent at 8:11, so it hasn't got back to the full 7 o'clock. It can't go like that. Thank you, everyone. Take care, everyone, and thank you for watching. It's like building a better Lego can from the same box bricks. Not really. You can play around with things, and you might make it slightly better, but you're not going to make it a lot better. You might get it to 29 knots. That's not going to help him much in that world. You're not going to get it more guns. You're not going to get it more armor. You're not going to get more much more of anything, realistically. And whilst it would be nice that you would have to change the entire philosophy of the Reichsmarine to get it to have dual-purpose guns. You'd have to change all sorts of criteria to get those efficiencies through. And again, in a perfect world, you go back, you advise them they get a better ship. But also, there's the other reality. You go back in a perfect world, you give them a better ship. The British and the French will respond. They will respond. The Germans have a better ship, they'll have a better ship. And they'll be in just the same situation as they were before. I'm not saying it's to be fatalistic, I'm saying it's the truth. And in this scenario, you're dealing with a world where the British already have better ships, hence the Germans building this. And also, I would point out, the Germans would have built a better ship if they could have built a better ship anyway. They didn't The nicest way, the Deutschlands really are the best they can build at the time, or rather, the best they will select to build at the time. Because they have all those designs, they have the all-forward designs, they have those options. They don't go with them. And it's just as vital to have that extra speed, because you've got 3 inches of armour. You know, let's be honest, the Deutschland class have a belt which is 80mm thick. In the nicest way, those 3 inches of armour is not going to protect you against a 6-inch gun cruiser, let alone an 8-inch gun cruiser. There are destroyers which can punch through 3 inches of armour. It's just, they are building the best they can build. They're building what they select, and that's their limit. So take care, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you, everyone, for participating, and take care. David Goulding. I'm not sure if I said thank you to you earlier, but I will say it again. Thank you, everyone, and take care. Wrong one. Right one. And Peter O'Connell, thanks for your first time participating. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and yeah, it is. That's the whole point of Bruships. It's supposed to be good, fun naval history chat with me. Basically, this is going to sound strange, but this is how I like to run seminars. You know, when I have revision seminars and first seminars of the year, which are basically a case of any questions, we just sit down and talk them through. And I've always loved those seminars, and so that's why I run Bruships like. Take care, everyone, and chat soon. Thank you, Constant Rasmus.